is why we're building the Hammer and Anvil Society, the ultimate discipleship community for Christian men. With weekly cohort calls, a full library of resources and courses, weekly challenges, and live teaching, you're going to sharpen your mind and your character.
See? You and this car were made for each other. Why fight it?
Sure, I got a couple other buyers on the line, but I like your style. So, what do you say? Should we start up the paperwork?
Let me think about it. Hold it for me for a day, okay?
Hey, because it's you.
Hello, everybody. It made some changes on StreamYard since last I was in here, and I got one whole viewer. Thank you, one whole viewer. So today I'm going to be going over some of my viewers may be familiar with this particular YouTube channel. I came across them a while back, not too long ago, and it was when they were doing. It was during one of their live streams where they were having non-believers come up and they were challenging them. The site is called the Think Institute, and it is run. I can't remember the other guy's name. The guy, I think it's the guy that runs, like, he's the one that does the producing of the live stream itself. But I know the Think Institute is, I want to get the guy's name correct here. Oh, what's his name? Joel Sedicase, I think is how the last name is pronounced. And the Think Institute is, in my opinion, is just, hi, Halsey, is just another, it's a used car sales pitch as far as I'm concerned. The Think Institute is specifically, according to their website, and I'm paraphrasing here, it's for men who want to become cockstrong in the faith, in Christianity, right? Because churches have just become lazy, and so this is a way that for the low price of whatever, you can do these lessons and everything, and your apologetics game is going to get strong, right? And that's going to make you a better leader in your church and a better leader in your personal life, I guess, and go from there. And so one of the things I'm going to be looking at is a video from their YouTube channel, his YouTube channel, and the guy that produces I think Joel Sedicase has this guy. He basically, the one other guy, like, he produces it and he hosts it, and then Joel comes on, and then they bring on non-believers and stuff and challenge them. Doug of Pine Creek, he's been over there. Mark Reed has been over there and talked with him, I believe. A few other people as well. But the YouTube channel came out like in 2019, and I ran across them like on accident. Now we're going to go to this video here, theater mode. And I can bring some people in if they want to come in. I'll put a link up. This video that I'm going to be doing commentary on is actually a waste of time. To be honest with my viewers, it is. If you watch the video, it's 31 minutes long. It is a complete waste of time because of the way that Joel Sedecase goes about presenting his case. And the title of the video is 10 Ways Science Obliterates Atheism, right? And essentially he just strawmans atheism. And so one of the things that I did, because it doesn't take a lot of thought, and it wouldn't take a lot of thought, I actually made it more complicated by doing this, was I copied the transcript, because you can do that. You can go to the transcript, pull up the transcript, you can click on a box, you can take the timestamps out, and then I copied the entire transcript, copied it to a PDF, and then uploaded it to ChatGPT to check for formal and informal fallacies. It found 55 of them. 55 informal fallacies. And then I had it just kind of expand on stuff. Now, yeah, does ChatGPT make some mistakes? Sure. Have I gone through all of this? No. I'm going to go through it. If people want to join and go, hey, by the way, what ChatGPT there, I would think it would be better if it was this. That's fine. Like I said, this isn't for the most part, this entire video by most non-believers, especially if you identify as an atheist, or even if you just don't even identify as an atheist, you understand what it is, what the normal, like the consensus, the consensus definition of atheism is, a person who is not convinced of God or gods existing, right? Theism would be the opposite of that. It would be a person who's of the epistemic position where they are convinced that God or gods do exist, whatever God or gods they're convinced of existing, for whatever justification, for whatever reason. So you got atheism and theism. So atheism is just that, right? It's the opposite of theism. We could go into the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy and debate the definition of atheism. No matter how a person defines it, even if somebody wanted to define atheism as, look, it's not just that. It's not this lactheism shit. It's the fact that as an atheist, you hold atheism as the proposition being true that God or gods do not exist. Even if you wanted to go that route, this video still doesn't work. It does absolutely nothing for that at all. So I'm gonna put it up here. And then the other thing I got to do is I'm going to pull up my ChatGPT breakdown, which is quite extensive. And I actually had ChatGPT do this in order based on the sections that he goes through. Yeah, ran it back a little while. 55 informal fallacies. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Scott. Yeah, I just heard about this guy today. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and put up a link, so if people want to come in, they want to listen, they want to contribute, they can. And like I said, I put this through ChatGPT, so I may not necessarily agree with the way ChatGPT is going to be confronting it, or is going to be refuting it. At least 100%. There might be some things that it did that I'd be like, well, and somebody could have critiques. But like I said, it was very easy for ChatGPT to find all the fallacies. The biggest fallacy that comes up, spoiler alert, it's the straw man fallacy, right? Because he's competing atheism with Christianity as though the two have some kind of somehow it can be said to have some kind of equal footing to Christianity or any other religious ideology for that matter. It doesn't, right? Whenever anybody goes, well, see, you can't ground anything in atheism. No shit. It's just the position. You don't ground anything in atheism. Atheism is just that label that is given for people who, aren't convinced of God or God's existing. There's nothing else to go. There's nowhere else to go, right? But preceptors like to use this because they go, well, what they try to do is they try to go with the entailment. Well, since it is the case that you are not convinced that God or gods exist, then how do you justify anything without God or gods existing? And there's lots of other ways that you can do it, but they normally don't like that because, in order to have knowledge, you must first obviously presuppose, God's existence in order to do anything. Wait, Christians can't straw man. They're so honest. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know why Sedekase, given all the videos that are out there where there's a lot of people, there's atheists and Christians, that would be and so I would agree, Scott. In my opinion, you'd probably be correct in saying that this video is dishonest, because I would be very surprised if Joel Sedekase has not watched videos or listened to conversations between atheists and whether they be some kind of religious believer, some kind of theist, doesn't even have to be a Christian, where somewhere in that conversation somebody said, well, you can't ground anything in atheism, and the atheist said, you're right. Atheism isn't a worldview. It's not an ideology. It's not a methodology. It's nothing. It's just a label for a person's epistemic position for why they're not convinced God or gods exist, or not even why, right? It doesn't even explain the why. The justifications come after, right? And then if they go, well, you're going to have to expand on that some more. Well, you can just take them right to theism and go, theism is the opposite. It's where a person is convinced that God or some God or gods do exist. They're just, one is, yep, it is the case. The other one is, no, probably not. That's it. Obliterate atheism. The old way to do that was to burn us at the stake. Is that what he has in mind? No, not quite. No. It's just to try to sell us. It's to also propose in my opinion, like a false dichotomy, where it's either atheism or Christianity, and it's okay. That's not even remotely the case. You don't even need that. But anyway, enough of the preamble. I'm going to go ahead and start this up.
Is Christian faith really the enemy of science? This is what we hear all the time. But what if the scientific method itself relies on assumptions that only make sense if Christianity is true? That is what we're going to be talking about in this episode.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that he doesn't ever get into Judaism, considering Judaism is basically like Christianity is, for lack of a better term, like a progressive form of Judaism, right? It just adds on Jesus, and then dogmatically adds Jesus as a part of the personhood of, or part of the being that is God, right? The triune, over the years, the Trinity has been used to define this entity that it's God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? But that wasn't the case for Judaism, right? And it also wasn't the case for Judaism, because Judaism, for ancient Near East Jews, weren't monotheistic, they're henotheistic. I think that's the proper term, where they believed in other gods existing, but their God was the one that was the best God. That was the one God to worship, was this God Yahweh.
My name is Joel Sedekase. I'm the president of the Think Institute, and it's my job to help equip regular believers to become the worldview leaders that their families and churches need. If you are
No, the music doesn't keep playing throughout the video. It's just at the intro. I thought that at first, and I was like, please tell me he doesn't keep that music throughout the entire video, because that's going to be bad.
all interested in science, Christian apologetics, the defense of the faith, or passing on your faith to the younger generation, this episode is going to be for you. Step one is
Okay. So, all right. So that was just the intro. We don't have anything really there, but you can see.
Is observe the
When I first, so when I first saw this, when I first saw this guy on the channel, on the Think Institute channel, and when he was talking, the first thing that basically hit me right was I just smelled salesman. I just smelled it. I was like, this guy is a goddamn used car salesman. This is salesmanship. And I believe in one of his live streams he did mention that he was in sales before he got into this, and maybe he still is in sales. Either way, you can see the techniques, and it's just like, nope. And you know how some people are very susceptible to those techniques, and other people are just like, nope, sorry, not buying it.
world. The scientific method begins by examining the world around us. This is going to be the precursor to everything that's going to follow.
Yeah. But that's the problem. That's not reductive enough. I don't agree with that, because the first thing that when you're especially when you're engaged in epistemology, is the problem of your sense perception, right? Presupposing your sense perception as being reliable. I think he gets into that later, not very well, but so he's at the very beginning, he's just basically saying everybody is seeing the world as it is. You're starting out with your observation. So he's basically just taking it face value that you are observing the world. Now, observing the world isn't just, it's a nifty little screenshot where it's somebody holding up a magnifying glass. It's not, in science, observing isn't just with your eyes. I'm curious as if he understands that. An observation in science is not necessarily only with your eyesight. There are blind people who can do science, right? So
what is the fundamental assumption that goes into this first step?
the fundamental assumption is that your senses are reliable. That you seem to exist. You are presently, you seem to be experiencing some kind of reality, or you're having some kind of experience. You're seeing, you're hearing, you're smelling, you're tasting, you're touching, all this kind of shit, right? That's the fundamental thing. That's the very first fundamental thing. You are who you are. That's why there's that famous saying, I think, therefore I am. You are presupposing that your senses are, at least to some extent, giving you some kind of accuracy about the reality that you're the reality that you're in, that you're participating in.
It assumes that there is an external world to observe. There is a reality out there for us to observe.
That presupposes realism. So he's essentially appealing to realism, that even if we did not exist, the reality of the world, the world as it is, would still exist. Idealism does not apply here.
That means that we are not just brains in a vat sitting on a shelf somewhere. There actually is a real world. Given atheism, why would we think that there is an actual world? If
atheism says nothing about the real world. Atheism fundamentally starts with the same position that I just said, and in the same place that he said. It starts with your sense perception. You're observing the world. You're experiencing something. So this is completely this is already out of the. As soon as I started listening to this, I was like, ugh, this is bad.
Ism is true, then everything that we experience is purely the result of sensation and things going on inside of our brain.
No, atheism makes no such claims about that at all.
But given that worldview, there's no reason to think that
That's why I said fundamentally, that's that right there. Anybody who's watching this, who is a non-believer, who identifies as an atheist, even as an agnostic, anybody who even understands, just has a better grasp of this, would automatically go, that is a complete and total straw man. Atheism has nothing to do, says nothing about that in any way, shape, or form.
There is actually an external world outside.
Agnosticism doesn't, neither does theism. That's the other thing. Theism doesn't say anything about that either.
Of our own minds. And that might sound crazy because everyone lives like there is an external world out there. But that's exactly the point. Atheism can't explain that intuition that we all have that there is really a world out there to observe. But can Christian
I don't. That's the problem there that I see is it doesn't have to. Even if atheism was an ideology, it wouldn't. It doesn't have to. It just because you don't aren't convinced of X doesn't mean that now you can't account for everything else, or that you even need to.
Christianity? Of course. The very first verse in the Bible is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then as you continue reading in Genesis, you see that God created the man from the dirt, placed the man in the garden, and told him to observe the world, to take dominion over the world. And the very first job that God gave Adam was to name the animals. The Christian worldview makes perfect sense of this idea that there is an
That's the thing. That's from Judaism, not Christianity. Judaism has the same, holds to the same. That's all in Judaism. The only thing that's different between Judaism and Christianity, Judaism does not accept that Jesus Christ is the Messiah.
external world. But atheism can't do it. This is the first assumption.
It doesn't have to. That's why this is a straw. That's why this is a straw man. It doesn't have to. It in no way, shape, or form whatsoever has it ever been said that it can. Even though some people will see, one of the things about this, and one of the reasons why I found this interesting, is from some of the conversations that I've been seeing, and I still see them today. I'm seeing it get a little bit better, but it reminded me of this. To go back a little bit, there's this debate between Frank Turek and Christopher Hitchens, and in the it was part of the discussion forum, where Frank Turek was basically doing his thing, and then Frank Turek basically did this burden shift where he asked Christopher Hitchens to explain something, give an answer for something, right? And Christopher Hitchens said, I don't have to. You're the one telling me you know what this is. You're the one saying you have an answer. So I don't know why you're asking me. You're saying this is the case. I'm not saying it's the case. I'm not convinced, essentially, is what he's saying. You have to convince me. Right? And in some of these conversations that I still hear today, you will see that happen where you'll have a theist who is trying to make a case for something, and then the person who's a non-believer will be like, yeah, I'm not really convinced, and here's my reasons. And then the theist will go, but wait a minute, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? And then the non-believer will start using things from science or using something else, right? As though that they need to give an answer. And the thing is they don't have to. You don't have to as a non-believer. If your position is you're not convinced that God or gods exist, and the person that holds to God or gods existing and say, well, God or gods have to exist, because if you didn't have a God, right, a minimum of at least one God, then you wouldn't have anything, right? Especially in the sense of God being the ultimate creator of everything. And you go, well, that's a neat claim. Show me. And they go, well, where do you think everything came from? Don't you know? Aren't you the one saying that you know that it has to be this God? Well, but if you don't believe it's God, what do you think it is? And honestly, your position can be, I have no fucking clue. Because the problem with one of the big problems is the assumption of creation, the presupposition that everything is that the reality that we observe is necessarily a created thing, right? Which Joel did not bring up here, right? We're here, we're observing the world is what it is. Okay? Is the world created, Joel? Is the reality that we're seeing that we are participating in, is it also a creation? And when you say a creation, is it a concrete creation, or is it merely the projection of some God's mind? Where it, like Darth Dawkins, it instantiates and sustains that reality. It's the reason why when you leave your room, you go from one room to another room. The reason that the other rooms are still there is because God is maintaining that reality. He's sustaining that reality. The minute you get rid of the mind of God, poof, everything goes gone. Everything. But it sounds like what Joel's saying here is that even if it was the case that God didn't exist, reality, and even if we didn't exist, the reality would still be what it is.
That science makes before we even begin the scientific process. It works perfectly well with Christianity. It does not work with atheism.
Yes, it does. Because if you're a methodological, or you hold to some form of methodological naturalism, metaphysical naturalism, those positions will pretty much entail that the person that's holding to those positions is probably a non-believer, an atheist or agnostic in some sense. They don't hold, especially metaphysical, right? If God is to be a part of the supernatural category, metaphysical naturalism definitely, boop, no such thing, right? Completely disregards that in any way, in any way, right? So it pretty much follows that if you are a metaphysical naturalist, or you hold a methodological naturalism, or some other form of naturalism, you're probably going to, especially with metaphysical naturalism and methodological naturalism, that person is not going to hold to God or God's existing until there's some kind of empirical evidence or some kind of example for that thing in which to make hypotheses, and try to come up with models and predictions and stuff like that based on what they have in front of them. So you don't have to adopt he's sounding like, well, you can adopt, if you adopt atheism, you don't have to. If a person has adopted some methodological or metaphysical naturalism, it's pretty much going to follow that they're going to be in that camp of a non-believer, of some light. And that particular frame, that's where they become an atheist. Not if I become an atheist, therefore methodological naturalism, metaphysical naturalism, and all this other shit will follow. You can still be an atheist and still hold to some form and still hold to idealism. Right? Which is what he's applying to, that atheism necessarily entails solipsism. It does not.
Moving on.
And so now he's going to move on. So here is the observing the world step 1. This is the expanded fallacy breakdown based on that section. The speaker argues that the very first step of the scientific method, observing the world, relies on an assumption that only Christianity can justify, that there is an external world to observe. He claims that atheism provides no reason to believe in an external world, implying that under atheism, we might just be, quote unquote, brains in a vat. However, Christianity, through Genesis 1:1 and the biblical creation narrative, supposedly provides the necessary foundation for trusting that an external reality exists. This section contains multiple fallacies. Number 1, the straw man fallacy. How it appears. The speaker misrepresents atheism by claiming that it cannot justify belief in an external world. He suggests that atheists have no reason to believe reality exists outside of their minds. So why it's wrong. Most atheists and secular philosophers accept the reality of the external world based on empirical evidence and philosophical realism. The fact that we all experience a shared reality suggests that an external world exists independently of individual perception. This is widely accepted in epistemology, regardless of religious beliefs, right? We play on each other's senses, right? We can have other people come in and confirm the very thing. Am I seeing this? And then you go, hey, am I seeing one? And then the other person goes, yeah, I'm seeing that, right? And once you get more people, you start, and you can still have issues with that too, but you start to other people kind of affirm our own shared. Now, maybe it's the case. Now, that's the problem with solipsism. Maybe in solipsism, I'm just projecting these other people affirming or confirming what it is that I'm projecting back onto myself. But that's a whole other can of worms. So the naturalistic explanations, such as those found in neuroscience and cognitive science, describe how our brains interpret external stimuli. And then it actually gives points on how to counter it, which I did not ask it for. It says, point out that belief in an external world is a foundational assumption of science and philosophy, and it does not require Christianity. Highlight secular justifications for realism, such as scientific realism, which holds that our best scientific theories describe a reality that exists independently of our perceptions. Mention philosophers such as Bertrand Russell and David Hume, who explored external world skepticism without appealing to God, or appealing to any God. The false cause fallacy. Now remember, this is just for section 1. How it appears. The argument assumes that because Christianity teaches that God created the external world, this means science relies on Christianity to justify external reality. Why it's wrong. The fact that Christianity affirms an external world does not mean that belief in an external world depends on Christianity. Many non-Christian worldviews, e.g. Hinduism, Buddhism, ancient Greek philosophy, also posit an external world. Science operates independently of religious claims. It is based on empirical observations and the assumption that reality behaves in a consistent way. Now, again, he's opened the door to this because he just started that it, at the very fundamental level, we're just seeing the world for what it is. Right? He didn't go deeper to go, well, how is it that we know what we know? How is it that how do we justify our very own sense experience? Right? It becomes viciously circular. We're using ourselves to justify ourselves. And that says how to counter it. Show that belief in an external world predates Christianity, e.g. Aristotle and other ancient philosophers assumed it. Explain that scientific realism and empiricism provide non-religious ways to justify belief in an external world. And then asks, does the mere fact that Christianity affirms an external world mean that atheists cannot also do so? I'm thinking that's what he's actually saying. So that again, I didn't ask it this. This is just what it gave me. If a different religion claimed the same thing, would that mean it was the one true one? And that goes to falsification. So now, if another religion is coming and making the same claims that you are, how do we now differentiate between which one is wrong and which one is right? False dilemma fallacy. How it appears. The speaker presents only 2 options. 1, Christianity explains why an external world exists, or 2, atheists have no way to justify belief in an external world. Why it's wrong. This ignores other worldviews such as deism, naturalism, and non-theistic realism, all of which affirm an external world. Which I wouldn't think that deism is a worldview. I wouldn't hold that deism is a worldview in any way. Like deism is normally defined as like it's like theism, but with deism, there's a deity, there's deity or deities, but they're non-intervening, right? There's no relationship involved. You can't ask it to suspend the laws or to suspend things or to manipulate things in your own for your own benefit or whatever. Atheists can appeal to empirical evidence, i.e. the consistency of experience across individuals to justify belief in an external world. That's called grounding because you have those examples. That's grounding. You're using the examples of other things that you are perceiving to justify other things, right? It's kind of like when I bring up my television thought experiment where a person comes up to me and says, hey, I have a 65-inch Vizio TV that is wall mounted on my living room wall. They're making a proposition, right? I don't know that it is the case that this person has a 65-inch Vizio TV that is wall mounted on my living room wall, on their living room wall. But I can accept that as I can believe that to be probabilistically true, right? And why is that? And that goes into grounding. I know it goes to the examples of, I know that there are 65-inch Vizio TVs. I know that there are wall mounts that can be used to put those things on living room walls. I have examples of living rooms. I have examples of living rooms having walls and so on, right? That's how grounding works. You're going off of examples. Now, if I had no concept of 65-inch TVs, had no idea of 65-inch TVs in any way, or the idea that these TVs could even be hung on a wall with a wall mount, then that proposition is going to seem less credible, less likely true to me, because it's not even true or false at that point. I don't know what it is that they're claiming. Now I have to ask for more information. What do you mean a 65-inch Vizio TV? What is that? And that's where it becomes a little bit more complicated, right? And if somebody that's like, so you have person A making the proposition to person B, then you have person C come in, and person C challenges person B and says, "Hey, person A told me about their TV. What do you think?" And then person B goes, "Yeah, I don't have a problem believing that." And person C goes, "Well, why would you believe that?" Well, because there's lots of it. There's it's not an extraordinary claim. Based on what we have examples of today, it's not an extraordinary claim. Person B has examples of living rooms, has examples of living rooms having walls, has examples of 65-inch TVs, knows that there's 65-inch TVs made by a company called Vizio, knows about the wall mounts that can be used to mount those TVs to walls. That's where the justification for the belief in that proposition comes into play. Yeah, GeoSam, less assumptions make a hypothesis more likely, says Akamura. Don't the simplest answer is normally the best, right? Don't and then there's also don't needlessly multiply agents. Hey, Red Fang, nice to see you.
Step number 2.
Oh, wait. I was still on the equivocation fallacy. The speaker conflates external world with God's creation, treating them as identical when they are not. Why it's wrong. The phrase external world refers to a reality that exists independently of perception, whereas creation implies that the world was intentionally made by a deity. I think I kind of alluded to that earlier, right? Is he saying that reality that the world just is what it is? God created us and didn't just popped us in it? If that is a creation, in what way is that creation being made manifest to humanity? Just because Christianity describes the world as a creation does not mean that the external world can only exist if Christianity is true. The argument subtly assumes that it is trying to prove by calling the external world creation. It sneaks in the assumption that God must have created it. Yes. That is one of the things that happens in conversations, and it amazes me that when I watch the deconstruction zone with Justin, there are still theists that do that. They insist. They have somewhere along the line, and I used to be of the same mindset when I was a believer, and even had a hard time getting out of that, where this reality, the world as we all seem to be experiencing, the reality of it, had to be created. There had to be some kind of intentional mind or something that decided, I'm going to create this and make it what it is. How did that come into existence, right? And one of the things that happens is when people go to like the Big Bang cosmology, saw this in a debate between J.L. Warren and Iconoclast. Iconoclast was doing this. He was basically talking about how the Big Bang is the creation of the universe, when it's not really the creation of the universe or how the universe came into existence. It's what is Big Bang cosmology is more like defining a change of state, that the universe was at a different state, and then at some particular point started to expand, and the universe that we seem to be observing, that we all seem to be sharing in the observation of today, came from that previous state. But not that state not that any of those states necessarily needed to be created. How to counter it? Clarify that the external world and creation are not interchangeable terms. Ask, can an external world exist without assuming it was created? So, if so, then why must Christianity be the explanation? Emphasize that science does not assume the world is created, but rather that it exists and follows consistent laws. And then appeal to ignorance. How it appears. The argument implies that because atheism supposedly cannot explain why an external world exists, Christianity must be true. Why it's wrong. A lack of an explanation does not mean Christianity wins by default. Atheism is not obligated to answer every metaphysical question. Scientific and philosophical inquiry are ongoing processes. I would say that it's not obligated to answer any. Atheism is not obligated to answer any metaphysical question. It's because it's based on a person being presented presented the idea or the concept of God or gods and then not being convinced. That doesn't have to, that has no explanatory, there's nothing there. Then how to counter it, point out that admitting we do not have all the answers does not mean a specific religious claim is automatically correct. Duh. Use an analogy. If I don't know how a magician performs a trick, does that mean magic is real? Or does it mean if I simply don't have enough information, I just simply don't have enough information yet? It's kind of interesting. I remember hearing a story, I don't know if this is true, that when it came to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and he was friends with Houdini, Houdini very much liked to fuck with his friend Doyle on this very thing. Because Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was of the position that if you had no other explanation, whatever was the most, even if it was the most improbable thing, it must be the case. Wrong. That's called the Holmesian fallacy. Or the Sherlock Holmes fallacy or Doyle's fallacy or something like that. Either way, it's not logically valid. Challenge the idea that Christianity provides a better explanation. How does merely asserting God did it explain anything in a testable way? Because we can't test God, right? We're not seeing, and that's one of the things that science tries to look at is we see this thing and then we make hypotheses. How does it work? That kind of thing. And there are whys that come into play there, but the whys that are employed in that kind of thinking don't go to something having some kind of intent to make it perform that way. And then summary of fallacies in step 1, straw man, false cause, false dilemma, equivocation, appeal to ignorance. Now we go on to step 2. Yeah, who this guy? Yeah, his name is Joel Sedecase. Yep.
Ask a question. Before we begin our scientific experimentation, we need to ask a question. We've observed the world, and now we're going to wonder
You don't actually have to ask the question
about the world. You hear atheistic scientists like Richard Dawkins talk about wonder. When they talk about wonder, they're talking about this second step of the scientific method, which is to ask a question. But to ask a question presupposes the existence and reality of the laws of logic. Why? Because to ask a question assumes that there is an answer and that
assumes that there might be an answer. We may not actually have an answer. But science doesn't make answers just because it can't make one. It doesn't go to the most improbable answer if it can't come to a more probable one.
That the answer is true and its negation is not. That is the second law of logic, the law of non-contradiction. Every time you or I ask a question about,
well, there's a problem there's a problem with that as well, but
this world, we're assuming there is some truth corresponding to that answer. And if the answer is true,
there's some kind of truth, yes, in corresponding, meaning that you ask the question, and then there's the possibility that the answer would be a proposition that comports to the actual states of affairs, to an actual thing. Now, do that with God.
opposite of the answer or the negation of the answer is not true. If A is true, then not A is not true. We call this the law of non-contradiction.
It's more the third law. It's more the third. It's either the proposition is the law of excluded middle. A proposition is either true or it is false. it still runs within the same kind of right. If I make a proposition about X, the proposition for X is either true or it is false.
Now, does an atheist have a reason to believe in the law of non-contradiction? The law of non-contradiction is one of the three laws of
Well,
logic.
the law of non-contradiction seems to work in the way that we explain things, right? Something is something. So we first start out with the law of identity, which has to establish that there is a, right? So that's law of identity. A is A. There's no contradiction there from the first law. There is something, that's it, right? Once you've established there is something, there is something. Law of non-contradiction would be what is cannot be what it is and not what it is at the same time. But you only get to the law of non-contradiction once you've established there's A's or B's or C's or whatever it is, right? So, and propositional contradictions are an interesting thing as well, but you can get into dialtheism, but I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Along with the law of identity and the law of excluded middle. These laws govern all thinking and
No, they do not govern.
all truth. They
No, that is necessitarianism that he's hinting at right there, folks. He's saying that the laws govern. By saying that they govern, he is appealing to necessitarianism. That they're like written instructions. They're not descriptive. They're not just descriptive, and they can have in my opinion, yes, the laws of logic can have a normative sense to them. We can have a normative lilt to them, but they're describing by the ways in which how we basically better ways of doing it, right? We observe something being what it is. We now hold that what something is cannot be what it is and not what it is at the same time, in the same sense, right? Then, right, that's the law of non-contradiction. And then when making propositions about things, making any proposition, a proposition is either true or it is false, meaning that if I make the claim that I have a gold-plated unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard, that proposition is either true or it is false. And what that means for the proposition to be true means that the proposition is a truth bearer related, comporting to the actual thing that is there, right? As best as we identify it, the gold-plated unicorn that's shitting gold bricks in my backyard. That's it.
They are not made of matter, obviously. How could a law be made out of matter? And they exist necessarily in every conceivable world.
That's a problem. See what he just did? They exist in every conceivable world. So even in a world, so now philosophically, in a world without God, would the laws of logic still exist and still govern? Because he said they govern. Yes. They're independent. God is not needed.
They exist absolutely. There are no
So he just doubled down. They exist absolutely, meaning they're independent.
exceptions to them. They are authoritative and descriptive of the world. They are universal, meaning they're true everywhere, omnipresently.
Not in dialtheism, no, but either way.
And there are three laws of logic, and
there's multiple forms of logic out there. Going to the laws of logic is this is old school BS.
none of them is more important than the other. They are all equally ultimate to one another. Now, can atheism account for laws like this? See, laws have to come.
Atheism doesn't have to account for anything. Because atheism only goes to the mental state of an individual not being convinced of something. It doesn't, you're the one that's making the case. You're the one saying that Christianity is you're the one that has to convince. The people that are adopting Christianity, and again, this goes back to the false dilemma. It's either atheism or it's Christianity. And if atheism can't tell you where logic comes from, then you just automatically should default to Christianity. Wrong.
come from a lawgiver if they're going to be binding and authoritative. And the laws of logic certainly are. When I say they do, why? I'm contradicting them. Because if the laws of logic aren't authoritative, then there's no reason why we can't just contradict ourselves. Nonsense can be true.
Authoritative would go that they have some prescriptive power, in my opinion, but maybe I'm wrong there. Either way.
Truth is meaningless and logic doesn't exist. But of course,
Well, what do you mean by truth?
we all know the laws of logic really do exist. They really are real.
Okay. If you want to say that, be careful. Hello, Flying Dutchman.
Hello. I just flew in because I saw one of my pet peeves, and so
You saw one of your...
because I'm an arrogant prick, I have to butt in. Right? So, what people like him don't get is that the laws of logic are just properties of reality. They are not omnipresent. They only apply to this universe. And guess what? Because we don't have another universe to check whether or not they apply there as well. So
it is what it is. Yeah,
yes.
There's some philosophers, like there's some people who don't even think that the laws of logic are necessarily universal, right? Because there's one thing that the law of excluded middle does not solve for: the liar's paradox. This sentence is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun trying to figure out which one that is.
Yeah.
The proposition can either be true or false. Yes, and the proposition is this sentence is a lie. Figure it out. Oh fuck. Yeah.
I have to give him props because he did get one thing right, and that's that the laws of logic are descriptive, not prescriptive.
But he already said that they're necessary. He said that they govern. So by saying they're governing and they're authoritative, now he's contradicting himself.
Yeah.
He's appealing to them governing, so they're like the laws written in a system where they write. They're basically the set instructions for how we are supposed to think, or how we automatically think, and then go from there. But they're also authoritative, saying that this ought to be the way. So it's really that's really bad. That's a really bad position to take because, well, it's flim-flammy. It's shit. It's just it's crap. It's like, well, which do you want? Do you want it to be descriptive, or do you want them to be authoritarian or necessary? And he does say that they're absolute, meaning, and that he said that they exist in all possible worlds. That means they're necessary.
How does he know that? How does he know that? How does he know that they're absolute?
I don't know.
I want to know the mechanism that he's using right there.
But atheism doesn't know that either, so go with Christianity. Because
atheism doesn't have to know that, because atheism is one thing. You claim there's a God which exists, and we say, I don't believe you. What's your evidence? That's it. It's an answer to one proposition. A God or gods exist, and we say, we don't believe you. And you can get one up when it comes to the biblical God, because we can say that the biblical God doesn't exist and cannot exist just based on reading the Bible. That's all you need. By the way, I have an arrogant bird here trying to butt in as well.
I hear that. Yeah. YouTuber Ultimated Biblical Judeo-Christian, hence
See, remember the visuals that I sent to Jill? I would not send that to Ultimated Biblical Judeo, whatever the fuck he's calling himself these days, because this is a special individual who masturbates to Christ.
Oh, is that him? Is that the particulars?
That is him.
The particulars?
Yes.
Ah,
Yes,
the one that my brother debated, and my brother got him hung up on the problem of evil. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is him. So
Okay.
I don't think he needs visuals. He's got enough to keep his hands busy.
Yeah, but that's essentially, that was the whole point. Like when I started this video was easy enough to just disregard as one big straw man against atheism. But but I figured I'd have some fun with it because I ran the I copied, my brother was telling me, like, he's like, oh well, you can run a transcript and you do this, you use this to edit out the timestamps and blah blah blah. And then I found out you go to the transcript and you just click on 3 dots and it says toggle timestamps. You do that and it turns all the timestamps off. And I was like, well, that takes care of that problem. And then I just copied it, put it on a PDF, then uploaded it to ChatGPT, and then said, do this. And that's what I'm doing. It's going over in order of the shit that he's going over and breaking it down. Now, whether or not it's doing things that I don't, it might be agreeing. I might agree with some of its steps. I might not. Either way, it's still kind of fun to just like, you know how like Doug from Pine Creek goes, yeah, I do this. I face off with this person with half my brain tied behind my back. I'm using no brain here.
Mm-hmm.
No brain, really. I mean, I'm kind of throwing in my own kind of like my own commentary here, because as soon as I heard this, I'm like, this is a really bad sales pitch. It's like, well, you can buy this car, that Christianity, and you'll have the ability to explain everything. But with atheism, really, it doesn't explain anything now, does it? I buy it. And I'm like, because it's not what you say it is. It's not even I buy this car or I don't buy this car. They're not the same thing. They're not, one is not an ideology, the other one is. Theism is not an ideology, just like atheism. Yet Christianity is, theism applies to Christianity because of the Christian religion believing that there is a God or God to exist. Either way, that's it.
Yeah. It's by the way, it's a nice pause you made there.
Yep.
He looks so peaceful.
Oh, you should go back and see my intro.
Yeah, I just got at my computer, so I missed most of it.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
I usually do when you go live, because you don't plan your stuff, so you don't get a notification 30 minutes in advance. And you're not on Twitter or Blue Sky where you can send out a message. Hey, I'm doing a show. Come watch.
Yeah, I don't do X or Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting on Blue Sky, but X is a mess. I didn't like before it was X. Twitter's just a fucking mess.
The only reason I'm still there is because it allows for group DMs, and if you want to set up a show, it's easy to do that, because most of the people that I know are on both X and Blue Sky, but there's still no group DMs on Blue Sky.
Out of curiosity, I think when I made you a mod, I'm gonna check something real quick.
You regretted it within half an hour?
No, isn't there a way, like, if I make, there's two types of moderators.
Yes.
And isn't one of the moderators, if I make it like the higher moderator status, doesn't a higher moderator have the ability to pin comments?
Yeah, you should be able to pin comments and create polls, I think. You get more more abilities.
Let me see here.
I haven't tried that out, to be honest. But then who would I make a mod like that? I also don't know. Because I don't do enough shows. Although we're trying to get back. We do have another show planned on Saturday.
There.
Yeah, see, John Fabiano says regret when Peter got mods. Well, in all fairness, I'm now so busy with everyone else that I barely get to do any moderating in chats anymore.
Yeah, well, I just made you the upper. You were a standard moderator. I just upped you.
Oh, thank you.
I made you a managing moderator.
Oh, that's much appreciated.
Yep. Because I think now
Gio,
that way, if
you
I'm
look-
doing
you
if
look
I'm doing
black and
something,
white.
he
Yeah.
does look. You feeling blue there, Panda Bear?
Just the background's blue.
It's sucking all the color out of your skin.
After what is it, Gio? 2 years? You and I finally in the same hangout again, and that drew all the color from your face.
No, actually, it's a setting on my camera. I just haven't clicked it off. I'm lazy.
I still want to do that at some point. Make a completely like it's a camera from the '60s with all the.
It's.
I like that. Yeah, that would be.
I'm
cool.
not trying to make a statement or anything. It was just my mistake.
No, it looks cool. It's different. It sets you off from everyone else. So I like it.
Unlike the crazy bastard below me who's holding that big ass bald eagle.
Yeah, what the fuck's that? What are you doing?
I still need to get out because the guy who owns that now has 2 bald eagles, and I want one. I want one, so he needs to get to breeding and make me a bald eagle because I really, really want one.
You want him to make you a bald eagle?
Yes, I mean,
Are you allowed to have bald eagles?
here, yes. Yes, I recently scared Arn Ra because Arn has, 78 snakes now? And I told him, in the Netherlands, you can own snakes. You can also own venomous snakes. But you have to know one thing. There is no anti-venom or any antidote in the entire country. If you get bit, then you're on your own.
You're proper fucked.
Yes.
So I think it's kind of interesting that Aaron loves and breed. I believe he does breed them too, snakes. And then you like the things that will fuck up snakes.
The bald eagle.
Yeah, but don't you have? But you have other birds of prey, right? Don't you, or do you just have?
We have eagles here too. I think it's the
No,
golden
I
eagle?
meant personally. Don't you have some raptors?
No. I
thought you
No.
did have some raptors. Okay.
No, I've got a friend who has a ton. He has eagles, vultures, falcons, owls. I mean, the list is endless.
Yeah, I like vultures. That's one of my
And
favorites.
he does shows with them, and so every evening when the weather's okay, he will take out an entire van full of birds to a public park, and then everyone gets to play with his birds, which is really, really nice.
See, I always wanted to see a vulture clean its feet on someone, because
His vulture knows colors, so he will put the vulture down, and he will have colored cups upside down in front of the vulture on the grass, and he will say blue, and there will be a treat under the blue cup. So the vulture will run over to the blue cup, tip it over, and get his treat.
yeah. What kind of vulture?
Oh, don't ask me difficult questions. I mean,
Oh, does it have a does it have red bald head?
no, it's entirely black.
Oh, is that a griffin? Not griffin. What's the black vulture?
I don't know if I have.
Yeah, it's just a
the
black.
pictures.
Yeah, black vulture. I thought those were the griffin vultures, but they're not.
You got me on vultures. I don't know anything about vultures.
Yeah, if there's a black, so there's turkey vultures, which the turkey vulture is the one we have predominant here in North America, but there's other different ones. But we have black vultures in North Carolina as well, which those things are cool. They look very similar, obviously very similar to a turkey vulture, but instead of having a red head, they have a black head.
Yeah, I just looked. I don't have the pictures from all of his birds on this computer. I'd
The
have to look somewhere
Will
else.
Freeman.
It will.
Speaking of vermin,
Let's be nice.
Another animal that I really want to own one day.
a raccoon.
Owned.
Yes.
I think Peter just invited me to move in with him.
A raccoon.
Well, you're not a raccoon. You just play one on YouTube.
How do
That's
you
a different-
know? Where do you get off making claims like that?
Because I have seen you on camera and you look nowhere like a raccoon.
Oh yeah, what do I look like?
An old guy with a beard.
Hey.
Did I get close, Will?
No, because no one has ever seen me on camera. Not on the internet.
Are you sure?
Yep. Not live. I mean, people have seen old photos or even some recent photos, but none of I've never shown my face.
So years back on Bro Joe's channel, you weren't on camera?
Nope.
Okay, so then I have you mistaken with someone completely different.
Probably a good thing for me.
Shut up.
Insolent animal. Tell it to stop.
Yes. He just wants me to take him out. Because he figured out that if I'm on camera somewhere, then he gets attention, I think. So he just wants attention.
What
That's
kind
it.
of bird? What kind of bird is that?
It's a tiny parrot.
I saw your dog put his butt in front of the camera.
Yes.
Your last live stream.
Yes. Yeah.
Like full screen.
He really likes doing that. He
Full
did
screen.
that. Yeah. He did that on the last show that I did with Natalia Reagan too.
Oh, that
Okay,
was a
here's
great.
my-
That was a great stream, by the way.
Thank you. We've got some really cool ones coming up too.
All right. Do you want me to get back to this? Want me to get back to this video because it's
Oh yeah.
it's gonna take us forever if we let Peter
You
keep talking.
You're just pretending that this is your channel, right? That you're in charge.
Yes.
Yeah. See, that's where
Make
you
it-
get it wrong.
Fake it till you make it.
And the laws of logic are propositions. They are statements. Statements can only exist in a mind. You can
You said that they were absolute. Now you're saying they're contingent. What the fuck?
write down the laws of logic on a piece of paper, but that's just ink on paper. There's no meaning there until someone reads it, and then the law is transmitted into meaning in the mind. So the laws of logic.
So you're saying that, so if I write it, so if I think like, if I think about, so when Lewis Carroll thought about the story of the Jabberwocky, because he thought it actually has real meaning. So it's true.
Say peep, interrupt Jay. Say peep, peep.
Logic
works.
must exist in a mind.
It's not gonna bother me. My dad had cockatiels and I grew up with parakeets and stuff. So yeah, it doesn't. I learned a long time ago to tune out bird sound.
Are you looking at the screen?
No, because I'm looking at that one. Oh yeah, a little bugger.
We had a song about a bird in the service. There was a song about a bird. You know the yellow bird song?
The yellow bird with the yellow bill. Yeah, the cadence. Yep.
Perched upon the windowsill,
Yep.
lured it in with a piece of bread, and then I smashed its fucking head.
Yep. We had the my first sergeant when I was in, his favorite cadence was Napalm Sticks to Kids.
Oh, beautiful.
They banned that one.
They banned it.
Yeah, they banned it. Yeah, it's no
How do you
longer allowed.
ban it? Don't sing that when you're watching.
There was, what was the other one? My girls. It had something that had to do with like my girls in the hospital. She's got her own TV. It's called an EKG. Yeah, it's.
Oh, is that Rotten Crotch Susie? No, that's a different one.
No, yeah, it's another one that's not allowed to be sung anymore.
That mind must be absolute, must be authoritative, must be
Okay.
higher.
Okay, so now you're okay. So earlier you said the logic is absolute. Now you're saying that the logic exists in the mind. The mind must be absolute. So are you saying that now, since the logic is dependent upon an absolute mind, therefore it follows that the logic is also absolute? Because if that's the argument you're making, that doesn't follow. The logic can't be absolute definitionally, because you're saying it's dependent upon that absolute mind. So that makes it contingent.
And a bit circular.
Beyond
Yeah, just a bit.
human beings, because the laws of logic are still true even if you and I die. Does atheism have a mind
No,
like
the laws of logic would not be necessary. I don't think they'd necessarily. Well, it could be the case that states of affairs could still comport to what the laws of logic were, but the laws of logic aren't needed for reality. So anyway, which is what you were saying before, which you were saying that they govern and they're not needed, which goes to
Hey-
necessitarianism. And yeah.
Hey,
anyway,
Jay,
this is a mess. Yeah.
say it again. States of affairs. Come on.
Hey, I'm using it the way it's supposed to be used. I'm not
I know,
drunk.
but I miss it so much, dude. It's been a long time since you've dropped one of those. Like, oh, the memories.
I've dropped it. That's my third time dropping it so far in this stream.
I had to go pee. I just came back.
Okay. It's my third time.
Thank you so much.
is there
Oh, you're welcome.
a mind that is absolute, omnipresent, objective,
Can you go back a
universal,
few seconds, Jay?
knowable, and 3 in 1?
This just was a
Mind
question.
that is absolute, omnipresent,
No, just
objective, universal,
Do you want more?
Yeah, he said atheism can't account and
absolute.
Oh.
Laws of logic are still true even if you and I die. Does atheism have a mind like that? Is there a mind that
I've missed that
What's he
before.
even talking about?
No, that's this atheism. Yes, atheism has that. It's called the Jabberwocky.
The
Yeah.
Jabberwocky.
It's the Jabberwocky.
Atheism has more than one, I think.
that is
No, but it's got to be an absolute mind. It's got to be omnipresent. Yes, it's the Jabberwocky.
Yeah.
It's Lewis Carroll. It's Lewis Carroll's Jabberwocky. It was something that he conceptualized it in his mind, so it has true meaning. It is now absolute. I'm declaring now Lewis Carroll's mind is absolute. Therefore, the Jabberwocky is absolute.
The Pixie Storm
Absolute.
says, "Is this serious or is this a comedy?" And it's hard.
Pixie, why do you think I only use ChatGPT to break all this down? I'm only having fun with this. This, like I said, this literally could have been dismissed at the very beginning. As soon as he goes, well, atheism's got to account for. No, it doesn't. You're straw manning atheism. Atheism is just the position. Is just a person's not convinced of God or God's existing. That's it. It doesn't have to account for bullshit. You're the one saying Christianity can account for this and can make explanations about things. So show it. If we're not convinced by it, oh fucking well.
Yeah, well, what is he even talking about?
He's trying to sell you. That's why I called this a sales pitch. He's trying to sell you on. You've been sold on something that is not good. He's selling you a sports car. He's selling you Christianity. It's either
maybe
if you
I'm
bought
seeing things
atheism
wrong, but
Yeah,
why
but
is he
he's putting
charging
it.
his head with a USB cable?
Oh, that is.
But
neat.
he seems to be putting it on an equal playing field.
That's a lamp, dude. That's a lamp back there.
Oh, it's a lamp.
That's one of those curved desk lamps. Yeah, that's not a USB cable.
Still
he's
looks
putting-
like he's charging.
He's putting atheism on the same level, same playing field as theism. It's like not. It's not there. It's
Oh,
not.
let me answer this. Would you be surprised to learn that Joel banned me from the TTI channel a few weeks ago? No, I would not be surprised at all.
What did
What's
you
the
say?
TTI channel?
The Thinking Institute. This one.
Why would he ban you?
Oh,
Well, that's the thing. I guarantee you that if Peter was on there, Peter would win a record for how fast he got banned.
He got-
oh yes, probably.
But yeah, Pixie.
Although
Yeah,
I think I'm a nice guy.
it is a comedy, Pixie. I answered it before, but it is a comedy. It's a comedy of errors.
It's a serious comedy.
Yeah.
Omnipresent, objective, universal,
Alert.
knowable, and
No,
three in one.
knowable.
He's
Really?
asking a question. So atheism is the position that none of that exists. And then he's asking, do we have something like that? Kind of
One,
as if you
of
don't know
course,
what
there's no
atheism
rival
is.
that
He
in
doesn't.
any atheistic world.
We don't have anything.
Christianity,
like that,
on the
right?
other hand, has
No.
exactly what we need for logic to exist. We have the triune God of Scripture. The triune God of Scripture.
And if and that's
Oh,
the
No, you
problem.
don't have that. You pretend that you have that. You make believe that you have that. You don't have that because you can't demonstrate that you have
and now
that.
he has to show why it is that it is the case that there is the triune God when you have Unitarians who've made good cases that it's not a triune deity. And if you've watched anything from Dan McClellan, he makes some really good arguments for why that's
Yeah.
not a Trinity.
Exactly.
So have fun with that. And no Unitarians would disagree with the shit that Dan McClellan is fucking throwing out when it comes to Jesus being a God.
Yeah, but he's
there's-
right. He's right, and everyone else is wrong.
Yes.
Scripture is 3 in 1. There are 3 laws of logic. There are 3 persons in the Trinity.
Oh my God. Nice one.
God is 3 and God is 1.
Oh, hi, Kelsey. Welcome in.
Kelsey.
Just like logic. God is not made of matter. God is spirit. God is the most powerful mind in existence. So the laws of logic.
How do you know that?
Yeah, he doesn't know any of that. He's just making shit up.
Remember, he's the one saying that it has to be observed, right? We're observing. What did he observe? Give us the example, right? That's how.
I know the answer to that. I know the answer.
Yeah, I know.
He
You do.
observed the Bible
He observed the trees.
because the Bible tells me so. That's it.
Can be grounded in.
That's all
his
he
mind.
has.
And God is absolute in his authority and he is omnipresent. He is everywhere. That's exactly what we need for logic to work, for logic to make sense.
No, you don't, because you just
No.
said earlier it governs
wait.
thought, and it's absolute, and it's necessary, and it exists in all worlds.
But
And
if
fun
it's
fact-
everywhere, then it's nowhere.
Yeah.
That's-
And fun fact, the laws of logic are exactly what rules out your God.
Yeah, you haven't established A being A.
Well, it's a presuppositional
his
meta
God is-
argument.
He
Yeah.
just said his God is omniscient and omnipotent.
Omnipresent.
Those two things don't go in the same. That doesn't work.
No, and
If,
God-
don't
if
mesh.
your God knows that I'm going to die as an atheist, is he powerful enough to convert me to Christianity?
Well, better yet, there's examples in the Bible of God not knowing things when God regretted making man, and there's also the
Adam and Eve, when they ate from the fruit, they were
Yep.
hiding from God. How can you hide from God?
Yeah, God couldn't find them, right?
But the
Yeah.
but the other one is where one of my favorites is where Abraham is talking to God, and he's asking God, and this is the 2 angels that were with God. They show up at Abraham's tent. Abraham's all hospitable with him and everything, and the 2 angels they separate. They're going down to Sodom and Gomorrah to bulldoze it, right? And God and Abraham are looking over at Sodom and Gomorrah from on top of somewhere. Anyway. And they get into this conversation. Abraham and God get into this conversation about Abraham's like, well, what if there's so many righteous people in the city? Are you going to destroy it? All of these people, even the righteous ones? Surely you wouldn't do that. And God says, if, but no,
Missing
God
the
says,
bloody obvious.
yeah, I know, but God is saying, if there is something, I'm just saying that this is one of those things that people can use when they're talking about God necessarily being all-knowing. And in that conversation, he goes, if there's 50 righteous people or 40 righteous people, then I won't destroy it. And then in the conversation, it goes lower and lower and lower in number. And God always answers with, if there are so many people, don't you fucking know? And then the best thing about it is the angels go to Sodom and Gomorrah. When they get there, the righteous people that are there, they just tell them to get the fuck out. They destroy it anyway.
I mean, my best example for that one is when he tells Abraham to go kill his son, and then at the end he says, "Oh, it was just a test. I wanted to see if you would do it." How would he need to test someone if he already knows?
Yeah, it's who's
Yeah.
the test for?
Yeah. Same thing. Same thing with Job.
Yeah.
Why would you need to test someone's
wagers
faith if you already know?
Yeah, wagers only work based on probability of outcome, and that's exactly what him and the adversary were doing in that story.
Yes.
And we have to assume that logic is real in order to ask a question, which is vital for science.
Nope.
So yet again, the scientific method
Nope.
is totally in
We
line
can
with
test.
Christianity.
We can test
And
the
let's move
laws
on.
of logic, and if they give us consistent results, then we don't have to assume because we can test it. That's
Well, we
how
don't have to
science
assume
works.
the results. We don't. That's what we don't have to assume.
Well, and then so now we're going to get into the breakdown of asking questions. The speaker argues that asking questions assumes the existence of the laws of logic. He claims that logic is absolute, universal, and immaterial, qualities that supposedly require a divine mind. Since atheism allegedly cannot account for logic, the speaker asserts that only Christianity makes sense of this assumption in science. This section contains multiple fallacies. One, begging the question, how it appears. The speaker assumes that logic must come from a divine mind without proving it.
Right.
Why it is wrong. The claim that logic must come from God presupposes that logic requires a divine source, which is the very thing that needs to be proven. There are secular explanations for logic, such as conceptualism, Platonism, and empirical naturalism. And then it goes into, I'm not going to go into the how to counter it. The category error, well, ask why must logic come from a mind? Why can't it simply be a necessary part of reality? Which he already said it was, right? So that it missed that. He was essentially making it two things at the same time. He was saying it is a necessity. It is a part of every world, so it is necessary, right? It was absolute, but now he's saying it must come from a mind at the same time, which that's contradictory.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're saying it exists in all worlds, then that makes it necessary. That's what it means by something being necessary. It is what it is in all cases, in all worlds, right? And if you're saying it's absolute, it is independent of everything, right?
All possible worlds.
Or all possible worlds. Yeah. It's a philosophical thing that basically, even in a world without God, logic would still be there, right? That's essentially what that means. That even if it is the case that there is a world without God, logic would still exist in that world without a God. But then he turned around and said, you can only have logic if you have something with a mind, making it not, it's now dependent. The necessary thing for logic is a mind. So it is not absolute. So
it's either or. It's either or.
Then here's the category error. The speaker treats logic as if it were a thing that requires a cause rather than a framework for reasoning. Logic is not a physical object or an entity that exists in the same way as a person or a mind. Logical principles, e.g. the law of non-contradiction, are descriptions of how reality works, not independent objects that need a source. Then there's the false dilemma. The speaker argues that either logic comes from God or it cannot exist at all. Why it's wrong. This ignores multiple secular explanations for logic, such as mathematical realism or naturalistic accounts for reasoning. Just because atheism doesn't offer a supernatural explanation for logic doesn't mean logic ceases to exist. I don't think he was saying that, but I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to hammer home the idea that because logic is there, your position as an atheist is just automatically debunked because you are holding to things that come from God by default. Your atheism is a delusion, right? It's basically you've deluded yourself to God to exist, but you're saying God doesn't exist, even though everything about you, everything that you're doing demonstrates the existence of that God, right? That's actually the better argument for presuppositionalism. And it isn't the trees, therefore God. It's because you think, therefore there's a God. The only way you can think and be intelligent about anything or to know anything or believe anything is the very evidence that there is an entity. There's this God, because without that God, you couldn't do those things. So it is trees, therefore God, but in the sense you are the tree. You yourself are the evidence for that entity, not the entity itself. You are. I know things, therefore there's a God. I see things, therefore there's a God.
That's an equivocation. He's saying that atheism doesn't have the things he's claiming, which are fallacious anyway.
Well, it defeats the circular reasoning of I think, therefore I am, using your own senses to justify your own senses. Your
Yeah.
senses are what they are because they're created by something that gives you that ability.
Right, but he's putting
the problem is
atheism in the same like atheism has the same things that atheism needs the same things that he's claiming they have.
yeah, and it doesn't need that at all. No. He's trying to compare. He's done the wrong thing where this is the error where he's saying that these are two fruits. One's an apple and one's an orange. Atheism is not in the same category as Christianity.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's no tenet in atheism. There's no prescriptives in atheism. There's no nothing. It's just boop, that's it. There's so there's the equivocation fallacy, how it appears the speaker uses the word law in two different ways: laws of logic, which are descriptions of reasoning, and then laws as in legal commands, which require a lawgiver, right? So he's using descriptive and prescriptive. And then by conflating these two meanings, he smuggles in the idea that logic must be given by someone, which is contradictory to his idea that logic is an absolute and that it exists in all possible worlds.
And this guy has like how many thousands of followers?
Well, the channel's got 6,000 subscribers. The website doesn't show too many members though, and there's actually a scoreboard on the website. The Hammer and Anvil website. You can go there. You can sign up and stuff. The number one point holder is Joel Sedekase.
Right. But he's not looking to be challenged, right? That's not his whole thing. He's presenting to people that want to hear this, right?
Yeah, in my opinion, this is the same kind of thing that like when Dan McClellan talks about it on some of his videos, where it basically, this isn't meant for outside. This isn't really meant for atheists.
Oh, okay.
I don't think, even though it looks like it could, oh, well, maybe as an atheist, they could take this seriously. I don't think that's the case. I think this is a very limp-wristed way of having his followers find some kind of solace or be reaffirmed in their religious convictions, their apologetic stances, and all that. And
he's not really looking to be challenged. This guy.
He challenges. He does do live streams where people can challenge him, like AJ.
Oh, really? Oh,
well, yeah, because AJ that's probably how AJ got banned by him. AJ probably went on there,
you see, that's AJ got banned. If he's banning people, then he's not accepting challenges, right?
Well, it depends. It depends on how. That's the problem. It depends on how bad the challenge gets.
Yeah.
If you push hard, then that can be a problem. If you push light, then he's going to be like, well, see, this is what I'm talking about. This atheist just seems to be kind of up in the air, and they're not really convicted by their atheism. And it's like, what the fuck? But go ahead. Nice to see you, AJ.
So I will say this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Russell's Teapot, who posts on a lot of these spots, but he and I were just wreaking havoc over there for a couple of weeks, and finally Joel just got tired of us and banned us both on the same day.
Vikings on horseback just slaughtering women and children.
I mean, it was pretty bad. And just to circle back on what you guys were talking about a minute ago with the concept of like, as far as, accounting for logic, the whole concept of necessity is based on logic. To say that something is a possible world is a world in which logic necessarily holds. So logic itself in that framework is necessary. So the whole, you win. Logic is necessary. Ta-da! And these guys just don't understand the terms they're invoking. Is all it boils down to. Is they're just they're philosophically ignorant. Everything they've learned about philosophy is from some other dipshit dipshit apologist pre-supper who lives in a bubble. you know, the transcendental argument was debunked, or ambitious transcendental arguments were debunked 50 years ago by Barry Stroud, and these guys are still like transcendental argument for God. Yeah, it doesn't work. That was shown to be half a century ago.
I ran the tag argument from Carm, from Matt Slick's site. I ran that through ChatGPT, put it on a document, ran it through.
Yeah.
I think it found over 20 fallacies in that fucking thing.
I'm not surprised. Well, I mean, Matt's was so off the rails anyway. It's supposed to be 2 premises and a conclusion, and as far as
his is fleshed out.
Yeah, it's broadly
the operative word.
It's broadly valid, but it ends up equivocating for them the way that most apologists present it, because they're like, oh, it accounts for knowledge, but then they use some proprietary concept of knowledge that requires God, which, okay, that's fine, but now you can't show that you have that kind of knowledge.
Yeah, they can't demonstrate that.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're just, guess what? Begging the question.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Actually, the best analogy I could have used when you said when you and Russell's teapot were going in there and wrecking havoc would have been like I wish I'd have known about that in advance. I should pull that up or get that as a clip. That scene in Monty Python's Holy Grail where Lancelot goes through the castle just killing the shit out of people. Because he thinks that this high pitched this waif of a guy up in a tower is a damsel in distress. So he just, oh wait, you've killed the brain.
We made a mess of things over there for a few weeks, and then he got tired of our shenanigans and gave us the banhammer.
Oh snap!
Oh, well.
The old banhammer.
So if you go back and look on some of his older videos, you'll see a bunch of replies to me and Russell's Teapot, but you just won't see our posts. But they all disappeared, and I was I'm not gonna lie, I thought Joel was gonna be all right because he put up with a lot of stuff for a long time, and I was like, all right, well, I guess as long as we don't like blaspheme and stuff, he's gonna put up with it. And nope.
Well, Are you sure it was him and not the guy that runs the channel? Because I don't know the other guy's name.
Wi-Fi Gospel.
Oh, is that his name? Okay.
Well, that's the guy who always runs his live streams. It's Wi-Fi Gospel, and I'm not banned on his channel, so I don't think it was him. I would assume that if he banned me on Joel's channel, that he would have given me the boot on his own. But
maybe he just didn't think about it.
That's also possible. Or he could just be lazy. That's also a possibility. But if you're looking for other Precept goons to abuse, I also highly recommend Precept Ninja. He's new to the scene and thinks he is hot shit. And
how in the fuck are these guys still coming out? Why?
But
sorry, does he have a channel?
Precept, it's just the Precept Ninja channel, and he looks kind of like Steve Carell in The Office. And
I mean, Jay, you forget there's a whole factory making these fuckers, right?
Yeah, but the arguments never change. There's nothing new.
Well, so I did almost a oh god, what's the who's the guy who everybody hates now because he went all right wing and Trumper? That's
Pine Creek.
Doug.
Pine Creek. Yeah, I kind of pulled a Pine Creek on him. And I was like, man, I'll tell you what, you can change my worldview. Just show me that your worldview does all the stuff that you claim it does. Show me how it solves Agrippa's trilemma. Show me how it solves the problem of the criterion. Show me how it solves the Izot problem. Just show me that, and I'll be convinced. Like, I've already changed worldviews before. If you show me yours is better, I'll adopt it. And he's like, well, we need to analyze your worldview. I'm like, I'll tell you, my worldview doesn't solve that shit. That's why those are considered unsolved problems. Show me how yours does. And he's like, well, we gotta analyze your worldview. I'm like, no, we don't. I just conceded that it doesn't solve those problems. So what's necessary in analyzing my worldview other than it's just a distraction from you actually having to provide any proof of any of your claims? And
and that's the kryptonite right there, is trying to get them to expose their worldview, and because they know it's just as flimsy as anything they've proposed that you're carrying.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the whole thing is a philosophical God of the gaps, and they, of course, they all vehemently deny that. But then you ask them and go through, like I just had this with Eli Ayala the other day. He's like, it's not a God of the gaps argument. I'm like, you literally say your worldview can't account for these things, and then plug God in and say, well, God fixes that, so that's the argument. Like that's a God of the gaps argument. It's just philosophical instead of scientific. But it's
I've been playing with just letting them get their spill out, and whenever they get to their spill, okay, so basically you're saying best guess. And they get mad. I wasted all this time telling you it's not best guess. No, it's best guess, man. You just said it was best guess.
It's probably it's well, whatever's probable, however unlikely, must be the case.
Just tell me.
Well, you know, for such an important question, what, you know, why is it left to chance? It's like, come on.
Well, that's the thing. They all say they claim necessary precondition, and then every argument they give you is a probabilistic argument. They never show necessity for anything. They don't even try to establish necessity for any of the stuff they claim is necessary. They just like throw you an abductive or inductive argument and are like, haha, good enough.
They want you to say it, and if you don't say it, then they get mad and want to ban you or have you
don't. You know what my favorite is? My favorite technique is when you get the ones that say, well, if you're talking about God, then you must believe it's God. You must believe in God. That one's my fucking favorite.
Yeah.
Is that you can't entertain a concept without believing the concept. And every time they do that, I'm like, yes, exactly. Because the fact that I talk about the gold-plated unicorn that shits bricks in the back of my yard, it must be the case that it's true because I've thought of it. So it has to exist.
You think, therefore it is, I guess, right?
Yes, exactly.
That's
Remember,
like,
folks, remember, people, believing it makes it so.
Yeah, I can conceive of being married to Cindy Crawford. So apparently, lucky me.
You were married in a past life. You were.
That's mistaking the map for the place.
Well, they love the reification fallacies. That's what the whole apologetic is.
I just tried, AJ, and I couldn't imagine you with Cindy Crawford. Does that mean it can't be?
Well, yeah, I think we just found a defeater parody argument. So
no, we're at an impasse now. We have to weigh.
But yeah, the reification.
She's not as light as she was in the 90s.
I'd still give it a go. But,
was she ever? She's not a small lady. She's like what, 5'9", 5'10",
5'10" and a half. Not that I know all the details about that, but as far as the reification
was never Cindy Crawford's.
But the reification fallacy is what the whole worldview analysis thing is based on. They're conflating worldviews, which is a description of reality, with reality. Like worldviews don't account for anything. It's the stuff you're trying to describe in your worldview that actually accounts for stuff. And they don't understand that. They're reifying their worldview with every step they take, and they just don't get it, which is the most hilarious part about it, because they're so philosophically inept. They can't even wrap their noodle around the fact that they're committing just from the get-go a reification fallacy.
Yeah, I'm just going to start using that as a clip. I'm going to download it and put it in my media things to use on StreamYard. If I get in a conversation with like, you know, someone is like, well, I don't understand why you don't believe this. And then I'll just play it. And it's that clip from Heat. Show me what you got.
Give me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Hey, I got to go, Jay.
Step number.
Oh,
I'm out of here.
Oh, okay. See you, Joe.
Later, Joe.
Later.
Hey, could you repeat the name of the fallacy you just talked about like a minute ago? What was it called?
Reification?
Reunification?
Reification.
Reification.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Which surprisingly, that fallacy did not come up.
In the Chat GPT analysis?
In the 55 fallacies that it detected, reification fallacy was not one of them, as far as I can tell. It's not one that came up, unless I missed it. The summaries of fallacies in step 2 are begging the question, category error, false dilemma, equivocation, and appeal to ignorance. Again. And then, what's interesting is that when you do one of these things, and I did it before, you can actually ask ChatGPT, as long as you've still got enough, you're using the 4.0 or the highest level, because when you have the basic, you get so much of the top one or whatever for a little bit. You can actually have it create your own script for a YouTube video that's all based on what it laid out for you.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but I was like, no, I'm not gonna go that. I was reading it, I'm like, oh, that sounds fucking hammy as fuck. The fuck are you writing me? Knock that off. You know, it was almost like it was like Mr. Burns, with all the monkeys down in the room trying to write the greatest novel. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Oh, you stupid monkey!
Let the fools have their tartar sauce.
Their tartar sauce. Release the hounds.
Number 3, formulate a hypothesis. To formulate a hypothesis is to make a prediction. Now, to make a prediction, we are using a faculty that we call intuition. Intuition is a vital truth-seeking faculty that you have.
Now, this has come up before, but isn't intuition kind of like developed over time?
I think there's instinctive intuition, I think, that is present throughout the animal kingdom. I think you also can develop intuition as well, but I think there's sort of an innate sense of it and also a developed sense.
Yeah, because you kind of develop these like intuitive shortcuts when it comes to things.
Yes.
But and we call that intuition, but they're like kind of like quick. They're like quick. It's just it's from practice almost. But anyway.
You have and I have aimed at truth. And we didn't think
I just took one of my special pills, so if I start to get really fucking zony, let me know, because this shit is fucking fantastic.
If I didn't have to teach tomorrow, I would so be with you.
Yeah. Only this isn't cannabis. This isn't
okay.
cannabis. This is it's medically prescribed, and it is fucking phenomenal.
Oh, good for you.
if it was aimed at truth, we would never form.
Oh, it's an antihistamine.
Oh,
Methically.
Methically? Did I say methically? Methically? Yeah, I'll start slurring my words here in a minute. Just kidding.
I said that.
Hypotheses are predictions about the way that the future is going to be.
Well, they're possible.
No, that's not. That has nothing to do with the future. What the fuck is he talking about?
I think he means a hypothetical. When you're you can come up with multiple hypotheticals, but then you test once you kind of
has nothing to do with how the future is going to be.
I know, but anyway, yeah, we'll keep going here.
And atheism ground and establish the existence of our intuition. In short,
it doesn't have to. Atheism doesn't have to. It would be if you're an atheist, you would use something else to figure that possibly come to that answer.
So if
car
I'm being
mechanics
charitable,
explain? Okay, car mechanics explain how many RAM you need on a computer these days. That's the question.
Well, I mean, if we're being charitable and say every time he says, "Can atheism account for it?" Let's assume that he's saying, "Can a non-God worldview account for these things?" Which is, if they're taking a linguistic shortcut, I can be charitable enough to grant him that.
Which he didn't. Well, that's the other problem with this. Yeah. He never did. He never defined what atheism is at the jump. Yeah.
But even if we grant him that, then yes, it can, because evolution basically provided us with what is the best pattern-seeking device ever in the history of the planet is the human mind.
AJ,
yeah.
AJ, I hate the word worldview, because that has connotations. If you're talking to a theist, the worldview means something completely different. It means that if I look at the world this way, then I can imagine things and that it becomes true.
Yeah. I think I get where his frustration is coming from, because even with that, it becomes the problem of with these guys. They seem to think that it's like Inception. This one idea where you hold to the idea, or where you're not convinced, you've been presented with a concept of a deity or deities, and someone's trying to say that is the thing that is necessary for everything, and you're of the mental state of, I'm not convinced that's the case.
Yeah.
That very that very thing, that very position creates a chain of reasoning that is a worldview. And
it carries the connotation that a mere opinion can and does have an effect on reality, and we know that that's not the case.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
So that's why I always correct people if they say you have an atheist worldview. No, I don't. I don't have a worldview.
I remember
not in the sense you're thinking of.
Yeah, whenever I had a conversation with some goons on what was that one? It was the Clubhouse app, and they were in there, and they said, "Yeah, define a worldview," and I defined a worldview, and I said, "Yeah, they're purely subjective," and all of them laughed.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, who was the one guy? Matt, what was his name? Matt Yester. It was Matt
Oh
Yester.
God, he's the worst.
He's the worst. He
But-
goes,
but-
"Oh, you don't know shit about all the people." I'm like, worldview is your beliefs, all of your beliefs, everything that you know and you think that you don't know, and all this other shit, all kind of compiled together from. It's like saying, like, if you're 1 year old, you have a worldview. It's like, no,
Yeah.
you don't.
Well, I
By
got
the way,
into this
AJ,
actually.
I just subscribed to Precept Ninja. If I go on there and I regret it, I will blame you.
Before you listen to any videos, check out the comment section on the video he did about Mike. What's his face? That one of the guys from the Atheist Experience. I can't think of his name right now. It's Mike something.
Yes.
The guy with the hippie, the guy with the long hair.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
J Mike.
J Mike.
J
Yeah.
Mike.
J Mike wrecked him, and then I wrecked him in the comment section of that video. Pretty
Wrecked him. Damn near killed him.
Yeah, exactly. But it's funny. Yesterday, I was actually having the conversation with another random precept in the comments on somebody's video, talking about the fact that, like, with the combination of the myth of neutrality and their concept of what a worldview is, they're simultaneously demonstrating, based on that everything is subjective based on the worldview you're looking through. Yet they're arguing for everything being objective. They want objective truth. They want objective morality. They want all these objective things. But I'm like, it's subject to your worldview. So you guys are, like, undercutting your own argument, and you don't even realize it.
It's diamond absolutes by pointing to something that said the big guy said so.
Yes.
And you're still going.
Even
that's
if
not an
morality,
absolute.
if morality comes from God, it's still subjective.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the part that they don't understand, or don't want to understand, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, and sorry. Go ahead, AJ.
I was going to say the thing that people don't seem to really understand is when you started talking about morality, that is nothing but a value judgment, and values are individual and subjective innately. There's no way around that. My values and your values aren't going to be the same. Now you can say, oh, okay, well, I'll take the values from the Bible. Well, that's fine, but that doesn't make them subjective. You decided that those are your values. That's still...
Yes. And the best part is, well, the valuing human life. Yes. Let's look at what happened with Saul being told by God to kill all the Amalekites.
Yeah.
Let's talk about all that life that he valued so much. Oh, and what about that whole flood thing? What happened with that shit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gotta flush these all down the toilet.
Numbers 31. Kill all the males, the females.
Oh,
and
no,
the
no,
little
no.
boys.
No, that's just that's the Midianites. They weren't all to be wiped out. Well, originally they were, but then when they found out they could keep the women, and as long as the women were virgins,
yeah, and then they found out that there weren't enough women, so God had to go find a village with more virgins, and then the guys who didn't get a virgin could get one there.
Well, no, that's a different narrative, because that's the Benjamites, the tribe of Benjamin that were going extinct. But the Midianites, that was 31,000 women, and it actually, in Numbers 31, it actually explains how all of that got divided up amongst everybody. It's fucking hilarious. Well, it's like 31 or 33,000 women that got divided up, and like the Levites actually got, I think, the lion's share of them.
I'm still a big fan.
The
though,
lion,
of
the lion or lion?
Lion.
Because they had to be virgins, right? So probably the lion.
Hyman Inspector was in high demand during that time.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a paid position?
It was a pay-as-you-go.
So, at any rate, I'm still a big fan of the Noah and the flood story, aka God takes a mulligan.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Whoops, my bad. Start a do-over.
The Etch-a-Sketch end of the world.
Which is he shook it all up. Yeah. There's some of the better conversations that I've ever seen with Doug were Poof or drown. That was always fun.
Yes. Let's play everybody's favorite game,
Poof or drown.
or drown.
Or no. If you are an atheist, most likely you believe that we evolved from lower life forms through natural selection.
You do understand that that in no way is logically contradictory to a God existing. Yeah. Just I don't know if Joel knows that or not, but the idea of even abiogenesis is not logically contradictory to a deity, right? Oh, there's a God that created, and how did he create life? He used all these kind of forces to influence non-living matter to create living matter. And then they go, no, that's not what it says in the Bible. That's the problem. You could say that there is a God, and the God created living matter doing this, and then the stuff that he created, it evolved over time. No, that is contradictory to a God. No, it's not. Because in abiogenesis, in order to get living matter, you have to have non-living matter. In evolution, in order for things to change over time, you have to have things that can change. Either way, you're still starting with something. What they're proposing is the very thing that started it all off, that got it started from the jump. And abiogenesis and the theory of evolution are not logically contradictory to a God, a nebulous God, but they are contradictory to the idea that God created things the way that it says in the Genesis narrative. That's their problem. I remember bringing that up when I was at Sunday school, and we got those little puzzle pieces and shit. And the lady's like, "Well, see, when you put all the puzzle pieces together, you get like a picture, you get a whole thing." And I'm like, "Where did the fucking puzzle pieces come from, lady?"
Yeah.
It wasn't reductive enough. And it was like, "Yeah, this is typical. They weren't getting reductive enough." And that's the problem with a lot of this shit. And it still keeps getting rehashed. And I'm like, you guys are failing to get reductive enough, even in your own thinking. You're the one claiming that there is an entity that created everything. How did it create everything from the get-go? Well, it didn't do it by abiogenesis. Abiogenesis would be a method of creation of living things from non-living, or living matter from non-living matter. Well, then there's evolution. Evolution requires that there be things in place in order for them to change over time. So try again. Where are you? You're the one that's positing that there's something that everything is created. Now you're positing it's this thing that created it. Show it. If you can't show it, you're done. There's no reason for me to believe that in any way, shape, or form. I have never seen a God show a God. It's like Joel, SFB mod. He was having a conversation with Mark Reed and some other people on Richard Madson's channel. And he just said, well, yeah, when God was making the universe. And I'm like, oh my God. He said it like it was a fucking established fact. A guy that appeals to science whenever, oh, well, science is definitely, you can't do science without God. And it's like,
Yeah.
You just posited something like it was a fucking default observation that we've actually seen God create a universe. Show it. Oh, well, it's just the fact that we have the universe. Duh. Oh my God. Really? You're going to do that post hoc shit? Cool.
My question would be, if you can't do science without God, what does God do in science? Where is he present?
I don't know.
What kind of experiments has he done? What experiments did he join in on?
You also got to remember that SFB mod thinks that Einstein and Spinoza were Christians.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the guy who's in my logo, who says that it's obviously false to think that he believes in a God. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
A quick aside, if you're talking of creation, actually reminded me, if you want another really, really fun way to frustrate the hell out of precepts, is ask them if God is necessary for knowledge or intelligibility. And go, okay, well, what about God resting on Sunday? What if God had rested on a Tuesday? What would make everything unintelligible if God rested on a Tuesday? Because you're saying that specific God is necessary for this. So otherwise, I could posit another God that rested on Tuesday instead of Sunday that explains everything, and
Well,
it's
Solomon
not your
Grundy-
Christian God.
Solomon Grundy died on a Monday, was raised on a Tuesday, or
Yeah.
something to that.
But we don't know if God rested on a Sunday. He rested on the seventh day. I mean, for all we know, he started creating on a Wednesday.
Everybody knows it was everybody knows it's Saturday, guys. The Sabbath is Saturday.
I mean, if you're a Seventh-day Adventist, for sure.
If you're Jew,
also,
it's
Jake,
Saturday.
why's your brother in the chat and not in here? Since the link is pinned.
I don't know.
My God, am I missing out on some spatchcock nonsense in the comments?
Yeah, he's trying to troll but failing miserably.
Oh.
Everyone knows that's my job.
And chance acting on matter and biology over millions and billions of years. There was nothing in that process, no mechanism within that evolution.
You're appealing to a mechanism when you haven't even shown the mechanism that you're saying is necessary for those things to begin with. You were talking about observation, and now you're appealing to mechanisms. The only way you get to the mechanism is by observing the mechanism, or through some kind of they observed that mechanism with black holes, but that took a little bit of Newtonian mathematics, or wait, it showed that Newtonian mathematics weren't. It doesn't matter. It was the whole like Neptune's orbit reversing, and they kind of figured out mathematically there's got to be something there that's throwing off the gravity, and so that was like when black holes basically first started. Now we've actually seen black holes, but
that would create a mind that can intuit truth. In the atheistic scheme, plus evolution, all that there is a
intuit truth. No, you start with, that's a weird way of putting that. I didn't notice that before. Intuit truth. What kind of truth are you referring to? Normally, truth it goes to the propositions. So we see something, and then we make a proposition about something, and the proposition is considered truth because it comports to those actual things or that actual thing, right? So like if I make the claim I have a 65-inch TV wall mounted on my living room wall, that's proposition is true if and only if it is the case that I have a 65-inch TV wall mounted on my living room wall. Has this guy actually ever looked up the theories of truth or how truths work propositionally and all that shit?
Generally, these guys conflate truth and actuality. They don't really understand the difference. So I guess we could really say that's yet another reification fallacy that they do. But they don't understand the difference that truth is what applies to propositions about reality and not reality itself.
You know what? Let me do something here real quick. How do you spell that? Reification. Spell it again.
Reification.
Reification fallacies.
Yeah, there we go. I typed it in the chat. I'm like, yep, that's right.
Yeah, reification fallacies present in. I'll just put in there. And I think we broke it.
What were you looking for? I had looked it up previously just because I was unfamiliar.
It seems to have fried its brain.
Are you asking ChatGPT to see what reification fallacies Slick was committing?
No. In this one.
Oh, okay.
It's still trying to figure it out. Well, we'll give it a little bit. It's still trying to figure that one out.
I'm actually working on building a local AI server here at the homestead, so I eventually will be able to hopefully put it through its paces and challenge it with some of this fun stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think ChatGPT did a really good job of like debunking this, because like I said, I haven't even gotten into all the fallacies in just this section yet. This is almost over, so I'll point out where he's
brain that is aimed at survival, not truth. Intuition, what's that? Truth-seeking faculties, what's that? Given atheism, there's no reason to think that we.
Why is there any falsehoods, dude? Why can there be false propositions? Why is it, if you're God, if it's a God that knows everything, right? And when I'm saying knowing, I'm not just talking about knowing all propositional truths. I'm talking about knowing everything. And that would mean knowing everything even experientially, which gets into the issue of like, can God actually know what it is to be a sinner? Which would mean that he is a sinner and God can't be a sinner because it would make him righteous in his own sense, and that becomes a problem. But why is it, if you have an entity that is all-knowing, it creates a world where you can have false propositions? And not just false propositions, but propositions that are intentionally presented in order to deceive people. Lies. Why is there that in this world? If your God is all-knowing, how does an entity that is like that create a world with false propositions and lies? Anyone? Just a question. Figured I'd throw it out there.
I missed half of it chatting with your brother.
Oh, the question is what he's talking about when he's talking about the fault, when he's talking about truth-seeking propositions or truthful propositions.
Yeah.
Why is it that he believes that this God that created everything made a world where there's false propositions?
That's a fair point.
How does that entity not only create a world where false propositions can be the case based on the creation's limited understanding of things, where what they're saying isn't actually completely true, right? Where they're actually, or where they're factually wrong, but they believe they're correct, right? Meaning they're not intentionally deceiving. But then there's also the false propositions that are made to intentionally deceive. Lies.
I can answer that for you, and you're not going to like it.
The invention of the Dutch?
No, it's a result. It's a result of the fall, Jay.
Yeah.
We did that.
All corruption is, and that would be considered a corruption, right?
Yeah, everything
even,
that's wrong with this world is a result of the fall. So why should this be any different?
But even that would have those sets of circumstances would have to be written for by that deity. Those can't exist in and of themselves. There has to be something that accounts for that set of circumstances in order for them to take place. So
now you're saying that God has an immutable plan when you already know that the fall fucked up God's immutable plan.
Well, do you know that it's been fucked up?
But everything got fucked up with the fall.
Well,
the Dutch were not. Hold on, the Dutch were not invented. They were mortal Belgians who were twisted and tortured by the will of Morgoth.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Everyone who knows anything knows that the Belgians are just Dutch that didn't make it, that weren't good enough.
Shots fired.
So we gave them a separate country.
Okay,
it's an ongoing thing between Dutch and Belgians. We make jokes about each other.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. If you ask a Belgian to help you check whether or not the indicator on your car is working, he will stand at the back of the car and he said, yes, no, yeah, yes, no, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. That's what you get.
Tier 2 Dutch.
Well played, sir.
Oh, look who's here.
Now,
look who's here. We've got a celebrity. We got a celebrity, Jay. The guy hated by both atheists and theists. P-Town's here.
Oh,
How many theists does it take to screw in a light bulb, P-Town?
Burden
None,
shift.
because
Burden shift.
because they already saw the light. There you go.
Get John Fabiano. It always gets good when I'm driving.
Jack, they're going to say we form hypotheses.
What is that in the background?
Bob Ross painting?
No. I'm hearing a
Are you
broadcast.
hearing?
Oh, that's probably me. I thought I had it muted. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm picking it up on my headset. I'm like, what is that?
I thought maybe you were hearing birds because I've got an open window. So
No. That's my fault.
Nice.
I'm here in Wildcat Country, and we're crazy about our basketball. And there's there's some shooting.
Oh, that's right. It's March Madness. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
If you hear birds, it could also be me. Hey, Jeff.
hey, Peter, how's it going?
It's going. Take him some time off, and then your brother's live, and then I'm wasting time here again, I guess.
What do you know? I'm wasting time here too, and it's my fucking channel.
I would reply, yes, you do. And you do so inconsistently with your atheism. Because it's the Christian worldview that believes that we are made in the image of God. It's the Christian worldview that tells us to observe the past in order to make predictions about the future. It's the Christian worldview that says...
Okay, pause. Jay, are you immaterial?
Yes.
Are you a mind absent a brain?
Yes.
Okay, so we are made in the image of God. Okay.
I fucking am. I am one. Prove me wrong.
I like the part like, hey, with Christianity we can look at the past and then do something about the future. Like, really? Are you sure about that though? I mean,
yeah, he should look at the past and have that hair product that he's using. Jesus wept.
if you read the Old Testament descriptions of how God works and how he deals with people and try to think like from that, we can, and from a New Testament perspective, try to figure out what the future is going to be. Like, okay, we had God 1.0, we had God 2.0, aka Jesus. God 3.0 is anybody's guess. I mean, it's just
there's also the science. There was also that
Is that David Koresh?
Maybe. He's maybe 2.5.
but here's the thing, though. There's this great scientific. There's this breakthrough cure for a plague that's presented in the Bible. Apparently, if a person runs a man and a woman through that are in an unapproved relationship, it will stop a plague. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
No.
The plague of
I don't know, but I wish they'd the
plague of Peor.
Oh yeah. That was the mystical STD, right?
Yeah. So the Midianites, some of the Israelites are grooving and jiving with the Midianites, and God gets mad, and God puts a plague upon the people of Israel, and then it's this one Israelite, and he's in a relationship with one of the Midianite chief's daughters. And Aaron's son gets a spear and runs them both through with it. And God says, see, this person's done a good thing. Plague over.
Phineas. That man's name was Phineas, the one that did the spearing.
Yes. Aaron's son. Yep. And God's like, see, he took care of it. Problem solved. Plague over.
Play ball.
Says that we can love. Love cannot be tested in a lab. Love cannot be seen, heard, touched.
That's not true.
You can't.
You can
love with your five senses.
You can test love in a lab. You put two people in a room, right, that are like in a relationship, and then you ask them to evaluate their feelings for each other. After they give you the questionnaire, you then give them an enormous amount of chocolate, and you come back 10 minutes after they've eaten all the chocolate, ask them to rate those feelings again, and their feelings are much stronger for the chocolate. You can evaluate love. It's fine. Perfectly fine.
Love is, and knowing that someone loves you is associated with our intuition. And the Bible absolutely.
Really? So the homosexuals are going against their intuition?
supports the existence of intuition and the formulating of hypotheses, but atheism does not. The scientific method is in perfect agreement with biblical Christianity and not with atheism.
That doesn't make any
Oh,
sense.
okay.
That makes
The
no damn sense.
the speaker claims that formulating a hypothesis requires intuition, which is a truth-seeking faculty. He argues that atheism cannot account for intuition because under atheism, human reasoning is just a product of evolutionary survival, not truth-seeking. He then asserts that Christianity, by contrast, explains why humans have intuition, since the Bible teaches that humans are made in the image of God with the ability to reason. And the first one is the straw man fallacy, how it appears. The speaker best represents the atheistic view of human cognition by claiming that atheists believe human minds are purely concerned with survival, not truth. Also, that we are, and to go back, we are also only brains in a vat. So there is no right? Atheism necessarily holds to the position of a solipsist or some form of idealism, where the reality that we experience is merely a projection of our own, is a projection of our minds, not that we're actually seeing it for what it is. Evolution does not select against truth-seeking. In fact, an accurate understanding of reality improves survival. Knowing fire burns prevents harm. Cognitive science shows that human reasoning, while not infallible, has evolved to be effective in navigating the world. Many atheists accept that evolution shaped human cognition in ways that prioritize both survival and truth-seeking. How to counter it? Point out that false beliefs can be deadly, e.g. believing a lion is harmless won't help survival. Therefore, evolution favors truth in many cases. Bring up secular explanations of cognition, such as evolutionary psychology, which explains how both truth-seeking and bias exist. Ask, if evolution only favored survival, why do we have advanced mathematics, scientific reasoning, and abstract philosophy, which don't directly aid survival? There's also the hasty generalization fallacy. The speaker assumes that because evolution sometimes leads to cognitive biases, it must mean humans always have unreliable reasoning under atheism. Why it's wrong: human cognition is a mix of rational and irrational processes. The existence of cognitive biases does not mean our reasoning is entirely unreliable. Science itself is an example of how human reasoning can overcome biases through peer review and empirical testing. False dilemma, how it appears. The speaker presents only two options. Christianity explains intuition and hypothesis formation. Atheism cannot explain them, so atheists are inconsistent when they form hypotheses. Why it's wrong. This ignores secular explanations of human reasoning, such as cognitive science, neuroscience, and naturalism. Many philosophers, such as Daniel Dennett and Patricia Churchland, have provided naturalistic explanations on how the brain processes information and forms hypotheses.
So there's a subtle thing that happens here that Joel's doing that I see a ton of pre-suppers do. Sci-Tin does it a ton, and I've seen Matt Slick do it, where it's this sneaky thing where they'll go and conflate possibility with actuality. And they do it in a lot of different places, but like Sci loves to do the if it's possible you don't know, then you don't know. Or if it's possible you can't do this, then you can't do that. If it's possible that your brain didn't develop complete truth-seeking capabilities, then your brain can't seek truth. These are all things that they look at and go, well, if something with intent didn't do it this way, then it's not that way. That's just like their black and white thinking. But there's a subtle conflation between possibility and actuality. They're like, if it's possible, then it's actual. But that's not how that works.
Yeah. So it did come back. Yeah, I asked it, are there any reification fallacies present in there, meaning, in the whole thing? Yes, there are several instances of the reification fallacy, also known as the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Throughout the argument, this fallacy occurs when abstract concepts are treated as if they are concrete entities with independent existence. Below are the key areas where this occurs in the transcript. Step 2, asking questions, the reification of logic. Fallacy: the speaker treats the laws of logic as if they are things that require a cause rather than abstract descriptions of reality. So I won't go through them all, but it says total reification fallacies found 5 instances. Step 2 in logic, Step 5 in induction, Step 7 in the mathematics, Step 9 in uniformity, and Step 10 in meaning.
Sounds about right.
Okay. Hey, I gotta get out of here. I gotta finish up some PT stuff, but it was good to hear from you guys and see you. So
Yeah.
Yep.
I will.
Good to see you, Spatchcock sighting.
Yeah.
I'll be listening in while I finish up my stuff. But
Yeah, I didn't need your help. I didn't need your help for this, Jeff. I had ChatGPT to help me.
no, I know. You're doing fine. You didn't need ChatGPTs either.
I know I didn't.
I don't know why I don't know when Danny McBride started doing this Think Institute crap. But,
Wow.
career is really falling off.
Shots fired.
I'll catch you guys later. See ya.
All right, take care, Jeff.
Good to see you, Jeff. Catch you later.
Good to see you later. See ya.
Yeah. Oh, and here's the other. Oh, the false cause or post hoc fallacy. Which one? The false. Oh, yeah, the false dilemma. So in that one, there's a false cause and there's appeal to consequence. And I think we can easily. I think we've pointed out where those are kind of happening. The appeal to consequences is how it appears. The speaker suggests that if atheism were true, we wouldn't be able to trust our reasoning, which would have disastrous consequences for science. Why it's wrong. Just because an idea has undesirable consequences does not mean it is false. Even if atheism led to a pessimistic view of reason, that wouldn't make atheism wrong. Truth isn't determined by what we want to be true. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of this boils down to they just want this warm, cozy feeling that'll make them feel better about the world. That something made things everything that has a cause and a reason behind it, and we don't know that that's the case.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I kind of hold I kind of like that when Dan Dennett or not Dan Dennett, Dan McClellan does his videos where, and I mentioned this before, that I don't think this video was intended for atheists and non-believers in any way to take seriously. I think this is meant to basically make his followers, people who are already set in their dogma, to basically get a warm, fuzzy feeling that they're on the right track. They bought the right car, because if we went with atheism, we'd be stuck on the side of the road. That's to use a sloppy analogy, but this, like I said, he didn't even start by defining atheism and what he was speaking against. Like you said, you took the more charitable approach, AJ, where you said, well, if we're just talking about if we're going to refer to atheists as a worldview where it's basically somebody who has a worldview that's not based in God or gods having anything to do with reality, then okay. But he never really defined that. So it's left in the open. None. None. They prefer to sit in the dark and debate whether lights even exists. Or whether light even exists. But they knew that there was light bulbs? How did that joke work, P-Town?
You're asking P-Town?
Oh my God!
Joke works.
It's no wonder. It's no wonder you
serious?
guys. It's no wonder you kicked him from Aaron's channel. Jesus fucking Christ!
I think I already got that right, because I said, how many Christians does it take to screw in a light bulb? And I said none, because they've already seen the light. You'd think that implies that we haven't and we're in the dark, right? P-Town, you're still as slow as you were back then.
Why did you guys yeet him from Aaron? Because wasn't he like you guys' like token believer on the panel there for a while? Over there on Aaron's panel?
Because atheists and mostly Christians complained about him being on the panel because he wasn't smart enough to be on the panel. That's what made Arn decide to.
I'm a little confused. What's a P-Town?
A P-Town. Okay. Also, I can tell you all about that. So, Imagine,
hold
imagine
on,
this. No,
Peter, time out. It's actually an unfortunate username to have as a Christian, because when you go to search for his channel on YouTube, you get videos for Provincetown, which is like a huge,
yeah.
like has a very large homosexual population.
Ah.
But so anyway, but go ahead,
But-
Peter.
Yeah. So AJ, imagine this very hot woman, right? And
I'm with
she
you so
turns
far.
out to be a she turns out to be a young earth creationist. And so you being an atheist, what do you do to get in her pants? Well, you become a Christian. A young earth creationist.
Oh,
That's a
I see.
P-Town.
Okay.
That's a P-Town. And I still claim that P-Town is not a Christian. He's just playing one on YouTube and in the bedroom. That's it. Because P-Town doesn't know the Bible. He can't answer any questions. He sees Jesus all over the Old Testament. We still make jokes every once in a while on our
P-Town,
show.
are you saying that in order to get your dick wet, you had to convert to Christianity to close that scroll?
He said that on at least 2 atheist shows that I'm aware of, and I was present at least for one.
Is that what happened to Xerxes?
No,
I think I know what happened to Xerxes, but even though we don't agree on things, I promised him back then that I would never tell that in public until he tells it in public. And
Fair enough.
a reason to go off air.
It's well, it's not. Yeah, it would get him in trouble if I were to divulge.
I legit wasn't trying to like take a jab at the guy. I was wondering if that genuinely might have been the reasoning why he was all of a sudden
I think
unconverted,
that was the
reconverted
reasoning.
Catholic.
Yeah, there's no way that he converted to Catholicism after all of the shows that he did and after all of the knowledge that he gained. There's no way.
I was a little skeptical.
Yeah, me too.
Let's move on
But
to step number 4.
I haven't talked
research.
to him either.
Yeah, I remember one time he was always a little aggressive. I remember I went in and I was talking to him one time, and I gave him a justification about the concept of gods, and he's like, "So you're a Neoplatonist?" And I went, "Or a Platonist?" I went, "No, I don't know how you got that from what I just said." And it went south quick. And I'm like, he was like, "Yeah, you're a Platonist." I'm like, "You believe that concepts actually exist?" I was like, "No, that's not what I mean."
Mm-hmm.
It went sideways, and I was like, "Never mind, I'm not going to talk to you because now you're just trying to assert something." It's like it was one of those positions. It was one of those times where he, like, if you couldn't philosophize like he did, then you were just fucked up wrong. And I was like, "Yeah, this guy's not even cool to talk with." I didn't find him cool to talk with.
The question: when you're doing your
Yeah.
research, is it okay to allow your personal biases and prejudices to taint your research?
It's not okay, but sometimes it can't be helped. That's the problem.
Obviously not. You want to be as unbiased as possible. In fact, the scientific community would agree that you have an ethical, moral obligation to report and research in an unbiased, fair way. Now, can atheism ground?
Yes, and normally you don't assert things like God did it as a best explanation when you can't demonstrate God as the mechanism for it. Not, well, the agent for it, and then because then there could be what are the mechanisms by which that agent creates. So yes, you have a problem there, Joel, because science does not allow for this. Also, science doesn't make moral proclamations. It is descriptive. So the ought from an is thing, or an is from an ought, or ought from an is, or whatever you're trying to do here, not going to work.
Well, and I also think
ethical.
He seems to confuse ethics and morality, because I can see where there would be an ethical obligation to avoid your own personal biases in your research and whatnot, but I don't think there's necessarily a moral obligation to do so.
Yeah.
Obligations like that. An atheist might say, sure, because reporting and researching in an unbiased way is just the way that you get the most accurate results, and we value accuracy. That's a value judgment. But what is the value theory of atheism? Is it just
It doesn't have one. Atheism doesn't have a value judgment, but value judgments, atheists do find ways of making value judgments based on other types of reasoning. So again, you're going to have to
really love
define
the pauses.
our personal preference? Because if we didn't do that, we wouldn't have a scientific community. Exactly right. But atheism gives no grounding for objective, moral, ethical absolutes. Ethical and moral laws come from an ethical or moral lawgiver and authority. And if you want to say we all just agree that this is the way that it ought to go, without an absolute ethical authority that establishes the moral obligation to behave in a certain way, there's nothing stopping any scientist from simply saying, that's what the community says, but I'm going to do something different because I need this experiment to yield the results that I want. And you go, oh, but that would destroy science. No one would ever do that. Really? You don't think that scientists ever let their prejudice and their bias into their research? And are you okay with that? Are you okay with them doing that? Obviously you're not. But atheism can't ground morality and ethical obligations. What about Christianity?
What in the fuck are you talking about?
May I share with you the wonderful, just off the top rope body slam that Russell's Teapot did to Joel one day over morality? Yeah. And it's so good because this was on this started off as the problem of evil. And he was saying that the problem of evil, of course, is not. And to Joel's credit, he did not do the normal free will theodicy. He went a different direction. But he still ended up basically with the idea of effectively everything that happens is good because God willed it to be that way, and God has morally sufficient reasons to allow bad things to happen, which basically makes them good.
Oh, that
commits him to moral skepticism, where he just has to accept that everything that happens is good. So he basically has no framework at all to base his morality on other than it happened, so it was good. I then jumped on that and was like, basically, you're actually obligated to try to do everything that you think is immoral, and anything that actually becomes anything that becomes actual from that was the moral thing in God's world. And if you didn't try to do the immoral thing, you were immoral.
Yeah, because look at it this way: if the immoral thing, if the good thing is that he made human beings, and everything that comes about is good, regardless of whether or not we hold it to be bad, then there would have been no reason for God to destroy all of humanity, because the fall of man was a good thing.
Right.
And all of human beings becoming wicked would have been also followed from that good thing. But it wasn't, was it? In the narrative, God regrets making humanity because of how wicked they become, and he kills all but 8 of them in the narrative. So that doesn't stand up based on what he holds to be true. If he holds the Genesis and the Noahic accounts to be truth.
Yeah. So that just evolved into, well, you don't understand my worldview and you don't understand my morality. Okay, bud, sure thing. Like you already explained it, and we just showed you the consequences of it.
Yeah. It's an internal critique. If he wants to dismiss it that way, then he's not willing to engage in the internal critique.
Yeah.
Because there are, like I just pointed out, there are problems with that. If you think that all bad things are happening for a good that's going down the road, then what was the point of humanity? What was the point of humanity? And it never became humanity 2.0. It was still eight people that were part of humanity 1.0 that became wicked again.
Well, and just to throw a little Darth Dawkins footnote on there, apparently one of the main reasons why God smote everyone in the flood was because he was tired of all the incest.
What?
That was among the sins that were happening. Is there was apparently a lot of
incest was a good thing when Adam and Eve were doing it with their kids.
And they left 8 people, all from the same family.
That too.
Like at that point, I don't think
great way to kill incest. Great way to kill incest by creating an environment where you only can survive through incest.
Yeah.
But that's Darth logic for you.
Not only that, all the incest that had to take place because within the animal species. Incest, we found that through science, incest amongst animal species isn't a good thing. And yet there was only only one male and one female of every quote unquote kind of animals that were on that ark. That's not a good thing.
Well,
That's how
there
you
were
get
7 of the clean kind. Keep in mind 7, and we
Yes.
still don't know whether that was 3 males and 4 females, or 4 females and 3 males. With 7,
And that
what
was
a
and that was
random number.
Yeah, and that was for sacrificial reasons.
Yeah, and it's also still not a breeding population.
Exactly.
No.
Does Christianity have any principles in it that say that it's wrong to be prejudicial and biased? Of course. God hates what the Bible calls unequal weights and measures. God does not show favoritism, and God.
What do you mean he doesn't show favoritism?
Have you told the LGBTQ plus community?
What the fuck does he think? What the fuck does he think that Abraham was, and him promising he's going to have that Abraham is going to be the father of a large group of people that are going to be God's chosen people? There's literally ethnic inequality within the Old Testament. There's rules for them and not necessarily for anybody else outside of that ethnic group, the native-born Israelites. You can charge taxes, you can charge interest to the foreigner. You cannot charge interest on your fellow Israelite. That's an unequal measure,
your
Joel.
Slaves from the nations
around you and from the ones that reside. They may be your property, but your fellow Israelites, you may not rule over them harshly. That is an unequal measure, Joel. It's right there in the narratives.
You're just not reading it right.
Not only that, there was an unequal measure because in the story with the Midianites didn't get hit with the plague. The Israelites did, because the Israelites were supposed to know better not to engage in the religious practices of the Midianites. The Midianites never got the plague. The Israelites did.
See, Joel, you don't understand, or Jay, you don't understand because you're not filled with the Holy Spirit right now. If you were filled with the Holy Spirit, all of that would make sense.
Well, that's the problem.
I mean,
there's still some Christians out there that think I am because I was once saved, and once you're saved, you're always saved.
You can,
or I just never was
what
saved,
it
and I was
says.
just pretending.
If first of all, it doesn't say that, and if it says that, that's not what it means, Jay.
It says for what?
Any of those things that we pointed out that were
any of the things.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's the best explanation I get for most of those things.
We are not.
God is not partial.
Yeah, supposed to be partial. We are supposed to be objective and unbiased and to report the truth. So Christianity gives a perfect foundation.
So why don't you
report the truth? You mean report what is actual? Yeah. So tell me, how do I report that God is actual, Joel?
He wants to report the truth as he talked to an atheist to figure out how many untruths he's already told in this since I've been watching. And I missed the first 45 minutes.
And ethically and morally for science that atheism does not. Let's move on to step 5. Plan
the experiment. So, researching the question, expanded fallacy breakdown. Summary of the argument in the video. Let's see if it got it right. The speaker claims that conducting unbiased research assumes an ethical obligation to report findings truthfully. He argues that atheism cannot provide a basis for objective morality and therefore cannot justify the ethical standards required for honest scientific inquiry. By contrast, he asserts that Christianity provides an objective moral framework that ensures honesty in research. I'd say that's not a bad summary. The straw man fallacy. How it appears. The speaker misrepresents atheism by claiming that it cannot justify moral obligations, particularly honesty in scientific research. Why it's wrong. Many atheists do believe in moral obligations, but they ground them in secular ethics, such as human well-being, social contract theory, or consequentialism. Secular moral frameworks, e.g., Kantian ethics, utilitarianism, establish strong reasons for honesty, including the practical necessity of truth in scientific communities. The argument ignores that many scientists throughout history have been atheists or secularists and still upheld strong ethical standards. How to counter it? Ask, do you really think an atheist scientist had no reason to report research honestly? If so, why do secular scientific institutions still uphold ethics? Explain that secular ethics provide a rational basis for honesty. If scientists lied, science would collapse and progress would halt. False cause fallacy, how it appears. The argument assumes that because Christianity promotes honesty, science depends on Christianity to ensure research integrity. Why it's wrong. The fact that Christianity teaches honesty does not mean it is the only source of ethical behavior. Many cultures and religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, Stoicism, etc., have ethical frameworks that emphasize truthfulness without appealing to Christianity. Honesty in science predates Christianity. Greek and Indian philosophers developed early scientific methods based on logic and empirical observation. I'm not going to go into the how to counter it. Appeal to consequences. How it appears. The speaker implies that if atheism were true, scientists would have no reason to be honest, which would lead to scientific corruption. Why it's wrong. Just because an idea has undesirable consequences does not make it false. The claim assumes that atheists must be dishonest because they have no divine moral law, which is demonstrably false. Many secular scientists uphold strong ethical standards. Scientific integrity is enforced through peer review, reputation, and professional accountability, not divine oversight. The false dilemma. How it appears. The speaker suggests that either morality comes from Christianity or there is no moral obligation to be honest in research. Yep, I think that one's a given. Cherry picking, suppressed evidence, how it appears. The speaker only focuses on cases where Christianity promotes honesty while ignoring historical examples of Christian dishonesty, particularly in science. The claim ignores cases where religious institutions have suppressed or falsified scientific research, e.g., the Catholic Church's treatment of Galileo, young earth creationist distortions. Scientific dishonesty is not limited to atheists or theists. It happens across belief systems. Many secular scientists uphold honesty without divine belief, proving that religion is not necessary for integrity. How to counter it? Ask, if Christianity ensures honest research, why did the church suppress Galileo's heliocentric model? Mention scientific fraud by religious and secular individuals alike. Dishonesty is a human problem, not a religious versus atheist issue. How to present this in a commentary. Nope, don't need to go that. So now we're going to planning the experiment. Go ahead.
By the way, I was going to say, if I could jump in real quick and make one suggestion for the future, not today, but just sometime in the past or in the future, I would love to see what ChatGPT makes of some Jay Dyer bullshit.
Oh, well, if you can find some videos where it's just him presenting a case, then I can do it.
Because I mean, most of the time it's just him going, but Kant, but Hume, but Kant, but Hume, but Socrates, but Kant, and then occasionally, but Van Til, but yeah, I like he never presents anything that really ever looks like an argument. So I'm just wondering what ChatGPT would do with it.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find one. If you can think of one right off like the top of your head, if you think of one and you can find it, send me the link in the side chat, and then I'll work on it.
I will do that.
I'll. It's actually a really easy process, and anybody can do it. All you got to do, I'm thinking it would be complicated if it was like multiple people talking, especially with the way the transcript is. But if it's just like a person doing what like he's doing, where they're just making the case in a video. You click on the transcript comes up and it'll have the timestamps. You click up on these three dots and it says toggle timestamps. You click that, it takes the timestamps away. You copy and paste the whole thing into like a Google Doc or something like that. I use Docs. And then you just download it as a PDF, and then you upload that PDF to ChatGPT and say, hey, all I did for this one was ask it, find me all the fallacies. And it did it.
Nice.
I think the way I explained it was like, find me this, and then it gave me this, and then I said, okay, now I need you to do it in order the way it appears in the video so I can do live commentary on it. And so that's how it broke all of that down. That's why I have the expanded fallacies by each section as it goes through. But like you said, it missed some. It's missed the reification fallacies. And then when I asked it, it found them. So sometimes you got to prod it a little bit. But like I said, one time I did it with ChatGPT where I was having a conversation with what's his name? The guy that uses the T-Rex. What's his name? I'm blanking. He's a pre-supper. He's a Darth junkie.
I know who
Darth
you're talking
Lackey.
about. I can't
He's
think
got-
of his name though. Yeah.
I'll remember it here in a minute. But he was talking about me having a non-biblical worldview, and then I told him I didn't have a non-biblical worldview because part of my worldview was growing up learning about the Bible, so it's very much ingrained in my web of my web of beliefs, right? And then he said, no, that's not the case. So when I presented it to ChatGPT, it agreed with his position. And so it took me 45 minutes to get it to see things my way.
The experiment. An experiment is a test that you run on a limited sample size. And then from that experiment, you're going to extrapolate out ideas and conclusions about everything. You're going to take a small sample and you're going to say, based on this small sample and the way that it behaves, I'm going to assume that the rest of creation, the rest of the world works in a similar way. What is the assumption that?
I don't think that's fundamentally correct, is it?
I would say no. I don't think one needs to assume that the rest of the world works exactly like that. I think you can keep a fairly localized assumption.
Yeah, but even if you're making the assumption, that's inductive, not deductive. And
correct.
The more samples that you have, the more you have to base to make your predictive model, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Goes into the formulation of an experiment. It is the assumption of inductive reasoning. Inductive reasoning or induction is when you take a limited sample size or a part of something, and by learning about that part, you can then draw conclusions about the whole. We do this every time we go to Costco and my kids take a sample of the food. When they take the sample, what do they want? They want you to buy whatever the
That's
food is.
not induction, dude. That's not inductive reasoning. Whatever analogy he's giving here, I don't think that works.
It's sketchy at best, but
yeah, inductive, as far as I know, is going from the specific to the general, whereas deduction goes from the general to the specific. It works backward.
Yeah.
So deductive is more anyway, in a sense he got part of that right, but I don't know if finish this analogy up, but I don't think this analogy is going to work the way he wants it to. But
the reason they do that is because they understand that based on the way that the sample tastes, the whole package is going to taste the same. They're engaging in induction or inductive reasoning without even knowing it. And we do this all the time. It's impossible to experiment on all the oxygen or boron in the universe, but you can experiment on a small sample size. And from that, you can extrapolate out what's going to happen to the whole, and you can draw conclusions about it. If you didn't assume this, you would never plan.
Those would only be inductive conclusions. You're using induction. You could use induction as a starting point, but the problem is the induction doesn't work out, then the experiment fails because you can't come up with the predictions that it's doing are deductive. The whole point is to get deductive predictions. You're not going to want to do inductive ones. The induction may work as a starting point, but it's not going to be consistent as far as, wow, damn, dude.
Atheism cannot ground the idea of inductive reasoning.
Why can't it?
So here's where they inevitably, and I've yet to see a presupper that understands the problem of induction because they always screw this up. And what they think is that the problem of induction is simply explaining the uniformity of nature. And they think, oh, if I can explain the uniformity of nature, then I'm justified in inductive analysis.
But you're inductive. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, but the problem of induction is actually, I mean, yes, you do have to assume some sort of uniformity of nature. That's part of the problem. But the other part of the problem is there is no way to determine what is coincidence and what is caused. And that's what inductive reasoning is doing, is when we're doing scientific stuff, is we're looking for X caused Y. And if we see it happen enough, we assume, based on induction, that there's reason to believe that X causes Y, but it still could be a coincidence. We can see 100 white geese or white swans, but that doesn't mean that there's no black swans out there.
Yeah.
And nothing you can posit about God solves that problem. They have the exact same problem in justifying induction that we do.
Yeah.
They just don't understand the problem.
Yeah, and it's a probabilistic one, which they seem to be saying he seems to be doing, where he's using induction in reverse. Like if I observe reality and I'm grounding, I can. No, I'm not even going down that rabbit hole. Never mind. It's been covered before. Not going to do it. Nope.
There's no reason to assume that a limited sample size will be like the rest of everything else. There's no principle of consistency between the sample size that you just so happen to select and the rest of that substance in the universe. How could you possibly know what the rest of that substance in the universe?
But the intent, you're missing something. The intent to create something that has a particular flavor is based on the person who came up with the ingredients and put them together in order to create that taste profile. So once people taste that and they like it, they just by having that, when they get some or see something that's similar or of similar type, then they go, that's going to be like candy, right? You're still basing it on examples.
Well,
if it tastes off, then that means something went wrong.
So
right?
I was gonna say,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
The other thing is the law of identity. If we take the law of identity as being something that is descriptive of the universe, then that automatically means that something X, if X is a thing, then X is going to have the same properties anywhere in the universe. Otherwise, it violates the law of identity.
Yeah.
I don't have to, if oxygen doesn't behave the same way somewhere else in the universe, then it's not oxygen. It's something else.
Yeah, and the analogy is false, because in the case of the analogy where his kids are finding something, that's something that they like, or that they're thinking that they will like, is based on examples of things that they've had that are similar to that have been created for people to enjoy. So somebody combined ingredients and went, ooh, this tastes good. They tried it out with other people. Other people also found it appealing. And so that was how they were able to create that particular food type in order to attract people to buy it, is because overall, a lot of people seem to like the ingredients that they put together in order to create that particular food product, whether it be candy or whatever. That's not necessarily the case with reality, because you haven't demonstrated. That would assume that God is creating reality like somebody who created brownies, came up with brownies, right?
Brownies.
Or cookies, right? Combining certain ingredients to make something that people are going to find enjoyable to eat. That's a created thing. That's not necessarily that with the universe. So the analogy is false. Correct? He's using something that is intentionally made, and comparing that and contrasting that with our inductive reasoning of looking at the world, the reality that we all seem to share in. That's a false dichotomy.
Is going to behave like. You can't. In fact, you can't even assume that you can know even 1% about all of something in the universe. But the atheist is stuck because he or she has to plan an experiment, assuming that it's going to be a meaningful endeavor, assuming that this experiment is going to.
And the Christian didn't assume that it was going to be a meaningful endeavor.
God told them so.
What?
Yield some kind of fruit.
I didn't get this far, by the way.
Full knowledge about.
I listened to this. I was walking my dog and I got, I think, halfway through step 4. And while walking, I turned it off because I kept stopping and going, what the fuck is he talking about?
Well, and for what it's worth, I actually haven't seen any of this video. I stopped going to his channel after he banned me, other than to occasionally peek back in and see that his engagement numbers are plummeting since Russell and I left or got banned.
Oh, well, that's neat.
This is giving me flashbacks, because the first thing I did on social media or YouTube or whatever you want to call it is I did 5.5 hours with a precept, of which was 2 hours explaining him why an atheist can sit down on a couch before having to scientifically check whether or not it will hold me up. I am not kidding. And it resulted in a half an hour show in which I got him to admit that animal is a kind and Noah's Ark was in fact just a rowboat with an animal on it.
Oh.
So that was fun. It was a lot
By
of
the
fun.
way,
great pause, by the way, and you just
yes,
did it.
excellent still
that
frame.
Was
that was fantastic.
That was
That's
an excellent still.
I was thinking about trying to find a funny facial expression to use as the thumbnail, but I didn't want to do that.
The one you had while I was talking.
Yeah,
that's the best one. So
that was
far.
the one. That was the one.
Yeah.
Oh, not this one. It was an earlier one.
Yeah, about 2 seconds back, right before you hit play, and he was making his O face.
He or she has to plan an
probably can't
experiment,
find it again.
assuming that it's going to be a meaningful endeavor, assuming that this experiment is going to yield some kind of fruitful knowledge about all of the universe. They don't like the term creation,
No. Where is he going with that?
obviously. But there's nothing in atheism. There's no unifying principle between a sample size and the rest of everything else. Why would we assume that a substance behaves the same way everywhere? What's holding that together? There's nothing.
They're not. What in the hell is he? This is the weirdest form of gaslighting I've ever fucking heard of. He's literally going to the mental states of atheists that this is their intention. This is where their headspace is going to be at, or it just necessarily follows by being an atheist that this is where their mental state would be at. No.
Nothing in atheism that yields that assumption or conclusion. And you might say atheists have to do that, otherwise we could never engage in science. I agree. That's why atheists are being inconsistent when they engage in science and plan their experiments.
That it's complete non sequitur.
Yeah.
Christianity, on the other hand, believes totally in inductive reasoning. The Bible says, "Come, let us reason together." We have reasoning. We have our
inductive reasoning, abductive reasoning, and deductive reasoning. Those are 3 types of reasoning.
Ability.
None of which are specified in the Bible.
Oh my God.
Small observation and to gain insight and truth about the entire world. In fact, Proverbs tells us more than once to look at an ant, something as small as an ant, to gain insight and truth about the whole world.
No, it's a fucking parable about a person being lazy, you fucking mook. The fucking narrative about the ant is look at the ant, you sluggard. Look at how it labors.
If you believe the Bible, you have a perfect reason to believe that inductive reasoning is a thing and is possible and is valid and is useful. The scientific method assumes something about the world that doesn't make sense given atheism, but makes perfect sense if Christianity is true. Next step.
Then it would follow that it also holds true to Judaism, where Judaism does not accept Jesus as the Messiah.
Step number 6. Run the
Okay, so planning the experiment breakdown. The speaker argues that planning an experiment requires inductive reasoning, which assumes that a limited sample can reveal truths about the larger world. He claims that atheism cannot justify induction because it lacks a principle that ensures consistency in nature. By contrast, he argues that Christianity provides a foundation for inductive reasoning because God upholds the universe in a consistent manner. Yeah. The straw man fallacy. How it appears, the speaker misrepresents atheism by claiming that atheists have no explanation for why induction works and that their use of science is inconsistent with their worldview. Why it's wrong. Many atheists do offer explanations for inductive reasoning, such as empirical regularity. We assume nature is uniform because past observations consistently confirm it. Pragmatism. Induction is useful and has predictive power, so we rely on it. Scientific realism. The laws of nature exist independently and are discovered through observation. The argument falsely implies that if atheists don't have an ultimate explanation for induction, they cannot rationally use it, which is simply not true. How to counter it? I'm not going to worry about that. False dilemma. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I have to run, but it has been an absolute hoot. We need to do it again sometime. I will also leave with a shameless plug. If you get a chance, go check out Eli Ayala's Revealed Apologetics page, and on his channel he does a defense of tag, and I do a minute by minute breakdown in about 7 or 8 comments that just addresses everything he says that's wrong. And basically I'm doing what ChatGPT is doing right now for this video, and so that, but it's just my take on all the stuff that he gets wrong. And it's if you get bored, it's worth a look.
Hey, before you leave, can you find that video and I'll share it, or you can share it? You're a mod in my channel.
I was just about to ask, do you have a link?
Give me 1 second and I will get you one.
All right.
Not there.
You don't have to go.
There.
You don't have to go in a hurry.
Oh, I got it. Here we go. NVIDIA URL, and we'll come back here. And whoop.
Cool.
There you go. And yeah, it's labeled as like part 1, part 2, part 3 because I got tired of, it would have been too long for one comment. So,
gotcha. Okay.
But I'm gonna skedaddle. But Pete, good to see you, and Jay, good to see you. Thanks for hosting, and I'll catch up with you guys soon.
Yeah, thanks for joining, AJ.
Good to see you too.
All right.
I put the link in the chat, AJ.
Excellent.
Oh,
you got it
great
in the chat,
cool.
so people can go.
Excellent. All right. Thanks, Pete.
Jay did make me moderator supreme, so now I got duties.
Yeah, you said duty.
It's my duty to please that booty.
All right. You guys have a good evening, man. We'll catch up with you later.
Yep. See you, AJ.
Right. See you later, AJ.
I haven't talked to AJ.
By the way,
while,
Jay.
Yeah.
No, I was just thinking he hasn't joined for a while, and then he joined, so that would be good.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I haven't done a lot of live streams, so.
Yeah. Well, we can always blame it on you. That's
it is my fault.
I mean,
it is
that's
my fault.
a given. Yes.
It is my fault.
So I have a question. So where it says number 6, run the experiment.
Mm-hmm.
What does it need to say there on the thumbnail?
I'm not getting it. Sorry.
So if you look on screen, you see a guy. You need a thumbnail for this video. So where it says number 6, run the experiment, what do you want it to say if this picture was your thumbnail?
I'm blanking.
It's not that hard. I mean, just sum up this entire live stream in a few words, or this guy's video in a few words.
An epic waste of time.
Okay.
That's why I use ChatGPT. The video is literally an epic waste of time. It's 30 minutes that you will never get back, and I've already spent 3 hours covering it. But it's been great because I've got to chat with you and AJ and with other people. That's the only thing that makes it worthwhile.
Okay.
Where are you going? I don't know where you're going.
Well, you will see in a few seconds.
Okay.
Just continue.
Anybody else know what Peter's doing? If you do, throw it out in the chat because I am blanking, and maybe it's because
people have been paying attention to what was said on here. They probably know, and if they know me, they should know.
Yeah, I'm blanking. Hey, Midnight.
We can blame that on that special pill you had.
Also,
I don't even
the title. 10 ways science obliterates.
Oh yeah, I sent this link to Mike, Answers in Atheism. I sent it to him in an email, and he goes, "Oh, thanks for that." Because one more thing I need. What did he say? One more thing that. How did he put that in the email? It was fun. I won't read it because it's private, but it was hilarious. His response was like, "Yeah, great. One more thing."
It is Jamie Russell because he looks like Jamie Russell, but it probably isn't.
No, it's not Jamie Russell. No.
Experiment. What does this presuppose? The validity of our sense experience, our five senses: sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell. These are the faculties that we use when we engage in a scientific experiment.
Yeah, but we also understand that there's certain things that we have to use because we understand that our sense perception, our senses are limited.
And horribly
Remember back-
inaccurate.
Yes, and they can be inaccurate. Yes.
High school chemistry, when you poured the two chemicals together and there was a puff of smoke, and you could smell that pungent smell, you're using your five senses. You see the flash of light. Do you touch a substance and you see how the texture changes when you add a different substance? These are essential for running an experiment. And given Christianity, we've got perfect reason to trust our five senses. Not in an infallible way, but the Bible validates our sense experience.
What the
As a matter of fact, John starts out his epistle in 1 John talking about what we have seen with our eyes and touched and heard with our ears. John is saying that we can trust the deliverances of our five senses. So if you're a Christian, the Bible validates your five senses.
Yes. And so based on what you're doing, you're
Wow.
giving every non-believer a reason to justify why there is no God. Because they have not seen one, they have not smelled one, they have not tasted one, they have not touched one, they have not nothing.
They haven't been dealt one.
Yeah.
That was
So
that was the
you
first.
smelt
That
it,
was
dealt
the
it.
worst. Yeah, that was the worst disguise of humble brag I've ever heard. Oh, you know, there's no way you could be accurate. You're an atheist, but we know the truth
Yeah.
because the Bible. Fuck you with that.
And
What
the only way, and what he's insinuating there is that because your senses are taking in this reality, therefore you will just naturally infer that there is this creator that created this shit that you can sense without showing it.
Whoever this guy is delusional. I know I shouldn't say that, but holy shit.
Yeah, John Fabiano, I don't want to taste of God. Yeah, can you imagine? Ugh.
Yeah.
Senses in your sense experience. As an atheist, you have no idea if what you're seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, smelling.
You already said that atheists at the beginning, there's no reason for you to go down this road. You already relegated atheists to basically being solipsists at the very beginning.
So
is in any way.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, how can this guy have an honest conversation with an atheist if he presupposes or whatever that the atheist that doesn't know reality, because they're not. Oh my fucking god, my head hurts.
Well, apparently all atheists hold to is that everything that we experience is just sensory experience. He said that at the beginning of this. Now he just seems to be doubling down without going back to his original claim that if you are an atheist, you automatically, by default, it logically follows that as an atheist, you just basically think we're all brains in a vat. That everything that we perceive is just projections of our. And he doesn't even put it that way.
Now here's my question: what does he think of the people that used to be Christian, but then became atheists?
That's a theological one. I don't know.
Yeah, well, it'd be nice to ask him what he thinks of that, because he seems to, and correct me if I'm wrong, just to imply that all atheists, regardless of actually, I don't even think he considers whether they were believers beforehand.
Well, he's implying that there's an ideology to atheism where all this stuff where this stuff all comes into play when a person adopts atheism. But that's the problem. That's not what if I'm like I said earlier, if a person thinks that methodological naturalism or metaphysical naturalism are those are they're convinced by those things. By holding to methodological naturalism or metaphysical naturalism, it's pretty much going to be the case that person holding to that framework, that philosophical framework, is going to be an atheist or an agnostic. they're going to be a non-believer in gods, right? So they didn't adopt atheism. They found metaphysical or methodological naturalism to be more convincing and to be a better framework for rational inquiry and for reasoning, and by that are now atheist. He's essentially saying you can either, he's essentially made this a dichotomy where you have Christianity in one hand and you got atheism in another, and atheism necessarily implies all this kind of ideology where if you comport to atheism, you are a solipsist. If you are an atheist, you cannot justify anything. You cannot justify moral reasoning. You cannot do anything. You cannot do anything. You can't do anything under, quote unquote, under atheism. But there's problems here. It's you can't do it as an atheist or you can't do it under atheism. There's an equivocation issue. I can be an atheist and find other ways to justify stuff. But
yeah,
there's
but according to him, unless you're a Christian, your justifications mean nothing.
But I would agree that under atheism, I cannot justify any of that because atheism doesn't have anything. It's just a label for the most part, an epistemic position where a person is not convinced of God or God's existing. So yes, there is nothing there. There is no justification for induction. There is no justification for morality. None of that. Theism doesn't have it either. Theism doesn't have any of that justification either, because theism would just be the opposite of atheism, the epistemic state of a person where they are convinced of God or God's existing.
Yep.
There is nothing under theism where they would have a line of reasoning for justifying anything, because if their theism is if they don't hold to the one true God, which is Christianity, which now we have to work on trying to falsify, which is unfalsifiable, we have a problem. But they can sit there and assert, my God is the one true God, not your God, and that is how I ground my reasoning, my ethics, my morality, all of that shit. And so what happens? You are now stuck at an impasse because you can't demonstrate the one thing that's supposed to ground both of these religions, their God over another God. It's
Jay,
it doesn't
can
go
you
anywhere.
check your email?
I can.
Okay.
But should I?
Check your email.
Anyways, yeah, this guy is a fucking idiot. Oh God, where did he send you? Oh God.
You can thank both AJ and me for that.
Is it a meme? Is it a...
Yeah, I'm not showing it.
It's
it's very
well,
insulting.
Feel free to send it on Discord because I am curious.
Why aren't you showing it? You're supposed to use it.
No, I don't want to be that big of a prick.
What?
Nope. Not gonna do it.
Well,
Sorry.
Well, could you be a prick in private?
Yeah.
That came out wrong.
I mean, that's your thumbnail right there.
No, I like my Bill Paxton thumbnail better.
Wait. Lord Redfang, what the fuck do you mean? Do you think your leader, Elon Musk, is doing Richard? What the fuck? Oh God. Never mind. I think I got the joke.
I think he's doing a great job. I mean, he's killing off Tesla single-handedly.
Jesus.
What's not to like? What's not to like?
Let me see here.
I think you at least have to
show
I did.
It. Yeah, I didn't.
Jim. I mean, now everyone in chat and everyone watching wants to know what you were laughing about, and they don't get to see it. That's just being mean.
Yeah.
Hey, Marty.
Yeah.
Download.
I think you have to show it.
Nope, not gonna do it.
Well, I am on OBS. I could just make it my. Well, picture. Then
Yeah,
it's
you
not
could.
you being a
Yeah,
dick.
yeah. It's just you being a dick. Yeah.
Yeah, it would just be
This
me being a
server,
dick.
this live stream does not condone whatever Peter's about to show.
Hi, Marty. Sorry, I didn't say hi earlier.
I'm pretty sure that
Okay,
deep
you know
down,
what? That's
in
funny.
his, deep down, Jay wants to show this. I'm pretty sure.
No, deep down, I don't. And no, I did not know that that's where you were going.
What?
Connected to
How
reality.
did you not
All you
know
know
that
is
that
the
was where?
chemical reactions that are going on in your brain, or at least what you think you're experiencing. The Christian believes that our bodies and our minds were created by God in order to interact with the world. That necessitates that they be
Wait a minute. Stop for a second. There's two lines of reasoning
Midnight. There you go.
there. We were created.
Midnight.
You're an asshole, Peter.
See, I told you.
No, I didn't think of the text. I asked Jay what he wanted to say, and he said,
no. You're not an asshole for making it. You're an asshole for showing it on Jay's stream. Well, you're an asshole.
It was shown on Jay's stream. It was on screen for at least 10 to 15 seconds, maybe even longer, because
Yeah,
that's when Jay paused the video.
I paused the video at that point. I didn't even realize it, and both him and AJ are like, "Oh yeah, where you had that was like great."
I mean, fair.
that was the bet.
But also, but also look at what he's about to say before you pause it. Oh, because our bodies
Even better.
Look
at the two side. Look at the two side by side.
Yeah,
look at the mine first, and then look to the side. An epic waste of time. Run the experiment. He's mad at himself.
brain, or at least what you think you're experiencing. The Christian believes that
Oh my God.
our bodies and our minds were created by God in order to interact with the world.
See, that's the thing. So that's an interesting thing that he's saying. God created us in such a way to interact with the world. I thought a lot of Christians were of the position that the world was created for us.
Yeah.
So there's an argument
now
there.
you're just implying that they're
Well,
consistent.
I mean,
Well,
it could be like the world was created for us, but but they were created to experience the world. So
Yeah,
they're
but
not mutually
but now I'm mad because I don't get to be like a rat and smell genetic deficiencies in prospective mates.
Like the whole thing he's saying that we as Christians have have perfect objectivity about the world because of the Bible.
I was going to make a P-Town joke. I will not.
You just made it. Anti-joke.
No.
I'm gonna run over to Joe and Robin's stream real quick. Who's Joe and Robin?
Joe and Robin, Kentucky Atheist.
Oh, okay. I think I'm subscribed to that channel. I just I don't get notifications for it. I think I am subscribed to it, but I don't get notifications for it anymore.
Yeah,
that is weird. Sometimes,
Joe and Robin do the political show.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's on Thursday. So.
Well, I mean, today is Thursday.
This is the problem with YouTube. Everyone does shows, and it's become impossible to keep up.
Yeah, especially and the times Thursday and Friday seem to be the heaviest hitting times. I wanted to do this earlier, but then in creating my my opening took me a little bit longer because I hadn't done it in a while because I'm rusty, and so I recorded a clip from his sales pitch from one of his videos, and then attached it to and then ran after that a clip from True Lies with Bill Paxton, and then right afterward, and then attached my the intro that you made for me, and combined them all together so it was all one seamless thing at the beginning of my video. I think I did okay on it.
I'm almost to the point where I stream every day. I have no time watching stuff anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, I watch more than I stream.
Necessitates that they be.
Did
valid
you
and they
watch my latest one?
No, not yet.
Because I am producing a filthy stream every week.
Doesn't that just follow from you being Dutch?
No, it follows from me teaming up with a stand-up comedian from LA.
Oh well,
who's the filthy one in this case?
Still the Dutch.
Nope. No, you can blame that on Natalia Reagan. I did not come up with the title "Survival of the Filthiest." That was her. And I also didn't come up with the standard thumbnail. I gotta meet this lady. She sounds like a riot. She is. I don't say this often. She is awesome. She's a stand-up comedian. She's a primatologist. She's anthropologist. She's an actress. She's a screenwriter. She's done. She wrote stuff for Neil deGrasse Tyson. Was part of his podcast. She wrote stuff for Bill Nye. Was part of his show. Played in several movies. And my favorite was in My Name Is Earl as a groupie in her underwear. And Earl
of course that'd be your favorite.
Had sex. Earl had sex with his friend's mother on top of her. How's that for a role in My Name Is Earl?
What the fuck?
That's a weird fucking show.
Yeah. If you want to go check it out, it's the episode called Van Hickey. It's still my favorite.
She was
and
in
not
Sex
just
Drive.
because of Natalia. She was in Sex Drive too.
Yep, that's a funny movie.
As a pregnant redneck girl, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been telling your brother that he should do an interview with her. We still need to set that up.
Yeah, my brother and I we have problems doing with interviews because we have a problem trying to figure out interesting things to ask. We're not very good interviewers. I especially am.
I mean, I can share her link tree, and then you will come up with questions enough. Just based on the link.
Yeah,
tree.
that's.
She does the show live as well, by the way. Signs of the Filthiest is a live show in LA too. And on the last one, she came on in a full costume and left with how do you call it? Oh, with pasties, because she wasn't allowed to show her nipples.
Yeah.
Not kidding. Her Valentine's card was her entirely naked. On Facebook. And it didn't get removed. Now everyone is going to Facebook to look.
Oh, I'm looking at her thing on IMDb.
Yeah. I know two people with very impressive resumes. She's definitely one of the two. And the other one is Doc Savage, because there's no one that has a resume with an index.
Doc Savage can be savage.
I have not talked to that man in years. How's he doing?
I don't know. I stopped. We had a lot of correspondence
he's
during the
fine.
pandemic, but I haven't talked to him in a while.
Well, to be fair, I was at
He
talked to him.
He jumped on one of my live shows in the chat 2 weeks ago, so he's okay.
No, that's good.
Still busy with his new job, I guess.
Well, I would assume so, given how smart he is.
We're going to have him on as well. We still have to pick a date and time, so he'll be on Natalia's channel too. Another show that I'm really looking forward to. because they're both insanely funny. And know their stuff.
Does the atheist believe,
Unlike this guy.
that our five senses were
unlike this
designed
guy.
by someone? And I don't mean design like you get with evolution. Evolution is not design, it's a blind process. The atheist has no reason to believe that our five senses are in any way, shape, or form reliable. Not if atheism is true. But the scientific
Jesus fucking Christ. I want to punch him in the fucking face when he says this.
method assumes and necessitates that the five senses are valid in order for us to be able to run this experiment. The science
to an extent at the beginning, but not completely. And they
No,
understand
our
that
senses aren't valid. We know the limitations of our senses because we have tested our senses and we know the validity of our senses, which is why we sometimes need to do experiments using tools that are much more accurate than our senses.
yeah, and there's a use of there of the validity, veracity that I always love the use of validity. It's like valid, yeah, sure, but okay.
scientific method makes
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can
you
make
can't
valid.
even
You can
trust
make,
your own eyesight, so, and we
Yeah.
know this, it's not a secret.
perfect sense with Christianity and not with atheism. Let's go on to the next step.
retool the experiment. Retool it, huh? Okay. So he had
Another great pause by Jay Patrick.
oh yeah,
Just
that's
saying. The amount of old faces we've had during this show when I joined, and as I said, I missed the first 45 minutes, 50 minutes.
It's completely circumstantial, people. I am not doing that on purpose.
Yeah. It's an emergent, like the design in evolution. It's an emergent property from this guy that he shows up in an O face every single time you pause the video.
Yep. Perma O-face. So the speaker argues that conducting an experiment relies on trusting our five senses, sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell to gather reliable data. He claims that atheism cannot justify why our senses should be trusted, as atheists supposedly believe that our brains are just chemical reactions with no connection to reality. In contrast, Christianity provides justification for trusting the senses because God designed them for us to perceive an objective world. So, the first one again, the straw man fallacy. The speaker misrepresents atheism by claiming that atheists believe they have no reason to trust their senses. Why it's wrong. Atheists generally accept scientific realism, which holds that our senses provide a useful, though sometimes imperfect, representation of the external world. Neuroscience and cognitive science explain how sensory perception works. It's an evolved feature that helps organisms survive by detecting patterns in the environment. Even if our senses sometimes mislead us, e.g. optical illusion, science corrects for this using instruments, repeated testing, and peer review. So you got the false dilemma. The argument suggests that either Christianity explains why we can trust our senses. Atheists have no reason to trust their senses, making their scientific work irrational.
I love AI.
Appeal to ignorance. Again, just because an explanation is not fully complete does not mean we must default to Christianity. Science operates on methodological naturalism. It refines and explanations over time through research. This is another God of the gaps fallacy, filling in an unexplained phenomenon with divine intervention. The false cause fallacy. Again, the speaker assumes that because Christianity affirms that God designed the senses, this must be why our senses are reliable. Cherry picking, suppressed evidence. If Christianity ensures perfect sensory reliability, why do people sometimes experience false perceptions? Scientific instruments, e.g.
Okay, finish reading, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, if God created the universe and our senses to be accurate, it doesn't really matter whether you're a Christian or an atheist. The reality is what it is. For him to say that, oh, we are Christians, we believe God created us, and the Bible validates how we see reality. He's, granting him God. He's insulting God by saying, how fucking dare you say that my creation, all of my creation isn't perfect, you troglodyte.
Yep.
Granting him the existence of God, obviously. But it's just, my God.
Yeah.
Retool the experiment. This is where we are going to analyze the experiment that we've been engaging in. We're going to see if the parameters are correct, and we're going to adjust the numbers. We're going to adjust the measurements of what we are testing.
Oh, for
Now,
fuck's sake!
Exactly.
No, that wasn't a reply to him. I just got an email. I want to interview you. When can you do it? Sunday between 2 and 6. Okay, can we do it at 6? No, because that's odd. Goddamn.
Who said that?
A guy wants to interview me, and I said I can do between 2 and 6 this Sunday. And then he said, "Okay, shall we start at 6?"
Between
Is it just me?
Maybe it's a good idea you not talk to that person.
I'm not the brightest at the best of times, but even I knew that it wasn't even wrong. Sorry.
It's a range from 1 to 6. That's 5 hours.
2 to 6. Can you
Oh,
do
2
it?
to 6.
He said, can you do it at 1? If I do it at 6, then it runs over. Between 2 and 6. That's a 4-hour block right there. Between 2 and 6. So within that 4-hour block, I'm good. Anything outside of that block, probably not so good. That's what that normally means.
Let's start at the end of the block. That works. I can be there for the pre-show.
Yep.
Happened when I was about 18. I went out to Salt Lake City where my uncle was living at the time. My uncle was a pain researcher, and he asked if he could run an experiment.
I thought a
I
pain
said, "Yeah,
in the
sure,
ass, but
do
no,
it."
that was him.
So what he did was he had me place my thumb on this little device with a piston that would push down on my thumbnail. I was just supposed to tell my uncle when it really hurt. And it would push down with a certain amount of pressure. Then I would say, okay, it hurts now. Here's the problem. I had a
It's
pretty
funny.
high pain
It's
tolerance.
hold on.
and
I have
would just
to. I
max out.
can't. I can't let this slide.
Okay.
So, his uncle did an experiment with him where the thumbnail hurt. I just sent you a thumbnail that you think would hurt him if you post it. Just saying. Coincidence? Is there a God? I mean,
Machine. What ended up happening was my uncle had to scrap the experiment and retool it with different parameters so the piston would have more pressure because it wasn't pushing down hard enough for the experiment.
So he had to break your thumb in order for you to go owie?
yeah.
Finally.
It didn't hurt him
Yeah.
enough. That says a lot about his uncle, right?
Useful results. He analyzed the data, he went back and retooled the experiment. A scientist had
Yeah, but pain tolerance is subjective as well. Normally you're looking at neurochemical. You can take two people and you can set them up and you can look at how their brains react to pain stimuli. And so, or to that particular kind of stimuli. And you can have a person who thinks that it doesn't hurt, as their subjective position is they can tolerate it. They have a high pain tolerance, and the other person does not. But when you look at the sensory, what's going on in their brains, it could be the exact same thing. It's the exact same activity. It's just the other person doesn't, they tolerate it better than the other person does. It's kind of like, and that's all, and it's also tied in with your pleasure, since your pain and pleasure is kind of tied in together. It's why some people find some forms of pain to be pleasurable over other people.
Yeah. But for the pleasure experiment, you would use a different finger.
And insert it into a different device.
Yes.
has to assume that there are valid principles of mathematics, that numbers exist and are meaningful if you're going to retool the experiment. The number 5 has to mean the same thing tomorrow as it did yesterday. Principles of mathematics have to be real. But principles of
Mathematics is just a language we use to describe the world.
I think he might be dipping into some Platonism here. What do you think?
material They're absolute. They are universal. They are
I
objective.
mean, yeah, I do think he's going
Does
to
atheism
Platonism.
have?
I bet he hasn't ever thought about the infinities that exist between 4 and 5.
By the way, current screenshot. Current. Jesus.
He's gonna, yeah. Speaking of pleasure, that microphone.
Hey, Peter, perfect
Sorry.
opportunity.
Sorry, folks. Sorry, folks. We're getting extremely childish here.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you need humor in order to get through this video.
Yeah.
If I was going to take this, all I would do is just take that particular screenshot and just replace the T with a tool or toy.
Anything
Or
like that
toy,
in
I
its
guess.
worldview? It's what we might call metaphysics, its view of reality. Is there anything?
You weren't saying that had anything to do with metaphysics. You were saying those numbers were concrete. That's what it sounded like you were saying there, dude. You were saying that the principles that they're concrete. So they're not abstract. They're concrete things that exist.
I love
That's
when
what it sounded like you were implying, or maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it sounded like to me. And if that's what you think, then you're dipping your toes into some Platonism there.
Yeah, I love what Nikolai just said. Pain experience is mostly the anxiety about the pain itself. Hypnosis used to have a medical application, relaxing people to cope with surgeries if either couldn't be used.
Yep.
In atheism or in a materialist or naturalist worldview that can account for numbers? Now, an atheist is going to say numbers are.
But you didn't say that atheists had a materialist worldview. You implied at the beginning and then later on in this video that atheism relegates that person to solipsism, not materialism. What are you doing? Let me go back. Did I hear that correctly or was I wrong?
In its worldview, it's what we might. Does atheism have anything like that in its worldview? It's what we might call metaphysics, its view of reality. Is there anything in atheism or in a materialist or naturalist worldview that can account for numbers? Now, an atheist is going to say,
yeah, but that's not what you said atheists were at the beginning of this video. You never said that they were materialists or naturalists. You said atheists are solipsists, that the sense perception of the world is purely that what you're perceiving with your senses isn't actually perception. It is only sensory perception. Your reality is only the perceived senses. Wow, dude, you completely fucked up your own position from earlier.
numbers are just the language we use to describe the way the world works. Yeah, I agree with that. The number 4 is 4 in English, cuatro in Spanish, quatre in French. These are words that we use, but there is something real behind those words. Mathematics is more than just an arbitrary convention.
Yeah, just like you're trying to say God is something and that there should be something real that comports with the word God. But with numbers, oh my God. Okay.
Math is discovered. It's not just invented by human beings. 2 + 2 is 4 in any language, whatever terms we might use to describe it, whatever our numerals look like. We could use Roman numerals, we could use Arabic numerals, we could invent our own numerals, we could use tally marks. But the reality behind the language is there. That requires that there is a realm of immaterial objects, transcendent things that are there whether or not we exist or not.
Great. That's neat, but that shouldn't be a problem for an atheist who thinks that where atheism is just the default position that a person holds that they're a brain in a vat. All they have is the meta. He said that at the beginning of this video. He doesn't even understand what he's talking about. If atheism basically necessarily logically, you just logically conclude that if a person holds to atheism, like you said at the beginning, that they are just a brain in a vat and everything is just of the mind, so it's basically idealism, it essentially is only meta. It's just your sense perception, and then your brain is basically taking sense perception and then constructing a world using some kind of stimuli, which I don't know how it has stimuli if you're a brain in a vat, because you have no other you have no appendages or anything like that in which to gain stimuli from, except for maybe your eyes. Well, no, you don't even have that. A brain in a vat has no eyes. So what were you talking about earlier? He's just completely fucked up his, I mean, that was his position at the beginning, right? He said at the beginning, yeah, step 1, observing the world. Let me go to the expanded one. The expanded fallacy breakdown. The speaker, this was step 1, observing the world. This was the summation that ChatGPT gave on the first part of this video. The speaker argues that the very first step of the scientific method, observing the world, relies on the assumption that only Christianity can justify that there is an external world to observe. He claims that atheism provides no reason to believe in an external world, implying that under atheism, we might just be brains in a vat. However, Christianity through Genesis 1:1 and the biblical creation narrative supposedly provides the necessary foundation for trusting that an external reality exists. So he's going to realism. He's appealing to the material world. As the material world, as he said before, we were made with certain sense perception in order to partake or to utilize within a material reality, within an actual real world that is independent of us. So, neat.
Right, but according to him, if you don't believe in God, if you don't have the Christian lens of the belief in God and you're reading the Bible, you can't know reality. Even though, as I said before, if God exists, He literally created everything. Even atheists. You know what I mean? It's. I want to punch this man in the face in Minecraft. Sorry, I'm just gonna. He's just so.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't get this far in the video, but that is a complete refutation of his original point.
Okay, the video is 31 minutes and we're only on step 7. God, these things are long.
Yeah, abstract concrete is a metaphysic question, Jay, specifically how they relate. Yeah, but it sounds like he's saying that because he was arguing at the very beginning of this that the reality that the real world actually exists, and that human beings are created to basically they are created by God to have senses to basically give proper input on the reality on reality itself, right, on the world itself, and that atheists can't do that. That atheism just is. How did he explain it? That it's just it all boils down to just sensory perception as is. That's all it is.
An atheist who is a naturalist, who is a materialist, only believes in the realm of the physical and the material, matter and energy. As Christians,
they only believe in the physical. That's not what he said at the beginning.
We understand that numbers are an expression of the mind of God. God is there. God is not made of matter. God communicates truth to us. God is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Numbers, which are an expression of the thinking and the mind of God, are the same yesterday, today, and forever. We need numbers in order to retool the experiment, and numbers make no sense if God is not there. The Christian God must be there for numbers to work.
Oh,
Yet again,
shut
the
up.
scientific experiment, the scientific method makes no sense given atheism, but perfect sense given Christianity. Step number 8, we're going to.
Wow. Okay.
Is it time to take a break and just come back to this, or are you gonna go? You gonna finish this?
I don't know. That was
Another great thumbnail.
Yep. His position is that his theology provides some account of the existence of concrete and abstract entities, as well as how he can apprehend them. He's a nominalist who has got himself. There's going to be more to follow. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out why, why he's bad, why he's trying to relegate atheists to only believing in the physical, when at the beginning of this video, he essentially said that atheists are solipsists.
I doubt he knows what he's talking about, Jay. Just hello?
Wait, a nominalist is a philosopher who believes that universal concepts or abstract ideas like redness or humanity do not exist as real entities. Yeah, but it sounds like that's what he's trying to say. It sounded like earlier he was trying to say that stuff like redness actually exists. That our sense perception is when we see the color red, we are seeing the color red for what it is. And that redness does actually exist. Just like he's saying, well, these numbers actually exist. Or maybe I'm wrong there.
I have no clue.
Yeah, he's stuck in the same problem as William Lane Craig. Numbers exist as representations of God's mind, but God's thought of 2 is not the same as 2. It's a representation of it. Yeah, I'm trying to think if that's going, because based on, I don't know how much of this you've actually listened to, Nicola, but I don't know if that's his position or not, because he seems to be, at the beginning of this, he seemed to be appealing, his position seemed to be that he was holding to realism, that the real world exists independent of us. We are made by God with sense perception to experience that real world for what it is. And that's why God created us with these senses. And that's how we can account for our sensory experience, because God made us with that sense experience to experience the real world. And that atheists can't justify that because they're denying the existence. They don't have God, and that they might as well just be brains in a vat, where, and I think he summed it up where he said, all atheists are subject to their own sense. It's all just sensory experience. And let me go back and find it. It's in part 1. So we're at 1958. All right.
To follow. So what is the fundamental assumption that goes into this first step? It assumes that step 1 is observe the world. The scientific method begins by examining the world around us. This is going to be the precursor to everything that's going to follow. So what is the fundamental assumption that goes into this first step? It assumes that there is an external world to observe. There is a reality out there for us to observe. That means that we are not just brains in a vat sitting on a shelf somewhere. There actually is a real world. Given atheism, why would we think that there is an actual world? If atheism is true, then everything that we experience is purely the result
Right there.
of sensation and things going on inside of our brain.
See?
But given that worldview, there's no reason to think that there is actually an external world outside of our own minds. And that might sound crazy because everyone lives like there is an external world out there. But that's exactly the point. Atheism can't explain that intuition that we all have, that there is really a world out there to observe.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That would be appealing to material, that there's actually realism, that realism is true, and that material things actually do exist, independent of our mind and our senses, of our minds and our senses, and that we are made, and that the reason we can justify the sense experiences that we're having, that we're actually participating in a real world, is because God made us to participate in that real world. And I asked about that earlier because he seemed to be saying that there was an issue later where I said, well, which is it? Is the real world made for us to participate in, or was the real world just made and then God said, you know what, I'm going to make these human beings to then have certain sensory perception in order to glean some kind of sensory experience or sensations or whatever from existing in this world that he created. It's very flim-flammy either way.
Christianity. Step number 8, we're going to analyze the data. This is where we take the deliverances of our sense experience, the measurements of the experiment.
Yeah. Okay. So now, yeah, he is anomalous who is flirting with Platonism by trying to ground the universality of abstracts in a single mind. He is trying to have his cake and eat it, but he hasn't bought it from the baker. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. He was flirting with Platonism, but now he seems to be saying, but at the same time, he was relegating atheists to being only of mental perception and mental perception alone, without there actually being a material world in any way, shape, or form. But then later on in this video, he said, well, just earlier, he said, well, well, if atheists only hold to the material world, how do they justify metaphysical things?
And we apply our reason to it. Now, what is presupposed in this step? We have to assume that our reasoning is a valid truth-seeking faculty. Not that it is infallible, but just that it works and that it is aimed at truth, and that it can function in a way that can actually give us true conclusions. You can't have knowledge without truth. You can't
My God, that's so sloppy.
know truth if your reasoning is in.
Yeah, you have the actual, and then you have people who are observing things, and then when they're communicating the things that they're observing, whether or not the propositions that they're making comport to the things that they hold to being actual. So
Invalid. So does atheism give us any reason to trust our reasoning? If atheism is
it doesn't. Atheism doesn't. No, you would probably adopt some other form of. You would adopt some other kind of philosophical framework, but okay. Anyway,
is true, all that's going on in between your ears is chemical reactions. It's a collocation of atoms and molecules bouncing around against each other. How do you possibly get truth or rationality?
Okay, how is that? Like, I really hate it when these Christians say, "Oh, all we are is is atoms." Okay, cool. That doesn't really take away by who we are as people. Like,
yeah,
it's stupid. But go ahead.
yeah. So Platonic realism isn't the same as idealism. You can be a Platonist and think his world is real, and even be a dualist who proposes mind is fundamental, and have rise to new substances. Yeah, my thing is that it was his position on an atheist, not his position, or his. Well, yeah, not his proposed position of what atheism entails. Is that it was pure, that basically atheism from the beginning of this video relegated someone to only the mental by holding to the idea, well, we're just brains in a vat, and there's nothing really real. It's just our own senses that are basically giving us a world. But
Well,
then later on, he appeals to just appeals to, well, atheists are only looking at the material, but that's not what he said earlier. And
Wait,
sure,
is
that
it-
could be.
No, sorry, go ahead.
That doesn't make any sense, Otangelo. That doesn't follow. You cannot trust your reasoning if your brain is a product of an evolutionary accident. That doesn't follow.
Why can't we find a synthesis between the two ideas? God
What?
exists, but he creates. Never mind. Oh, hey, Wildheart.
Or
Well,
reason
hard.
from a bunch of atoms
Yeah.
bouncing into one another. You really don't. Actually, if you are an atheist, you don't believe that a rational God created this world. Everything that exists in this world is the
As compared to just an irrational God creating the world.
product of a non-rational process by definition. It wasn't created by reason. That makes it non-rational. Everything that comes from a non-rational process is by definition non-rational or irrational. Anytime that the atheist
But you're not denying that there can be things that come about from the irrational.
attempts to use reason to analyze the data from an experiment, he is using something non-rational in an attempt to come to a rational conclusion.
The data. Okay.
That is a contradictory idea. But wait a minute, atheist scientists analyze data all the time. Of course they can be reasonable. Of course they can be rational. Of course they can trust their reason. That's exactly right. But that's not consistent with atheism. That's consistent with Christianity. The Bible says that God made us.
But you haven't shown where that's even a tenet of atheism. There's no ideology in atheism that lays that out. There's nothing that follows from that.
Human beings in God's image, and that we are to reason. We are to have wisdom, knowledge, discretion, discernment, understanding. We're supposed to use our reasoning. As a matter of fact, there's a whole book of the Bible called Proverbs, which assumes that wisdom is possible, knowledge is possible, and that we should be able to reason our way toward truth. We don't do it perfectly, and apart from God, we will use our reason to justify all kinds of sin.
Oh, well, if that's what you got from it, but even according even to ChatGPT, it said it took what he was saying in part one there as him saying that that atheism, if you're an atheist, you're relegated to solipsism.
Yeah, that was just false. That was ridiculous.
So not only did I take it that way, but ChatGPT took it that way too. That he was saying that if you're an atheist, you're basically a solipsist.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
but now he's not saying that. Now he seems to be saying that atheists are necessarily materialists or naturalists, right? Materialist, naturalist of that particular mindset. But that didn't seem to be what he was implying at the beginning. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that door was even locked.
But that same Bible that says that God gave us reason and that we've fallen into sin also says that we can have a renewed mind and the mind of Christ. This is why Christianity is so essential for reasoning. If you want to come to true, wise conclusions and be able to explain why you can actually trust your reasoning, you have to presuppose that the Christian worldview is true. If you don't want to acknowledge
there it is.
No.
it,
You
still
don't have to
at least
presuppose because you can test your reasoning. You can get independent confirmation of your reasoning. You can even use instruments to measure your.
Yeah, but maybe you're projecting that with your mind to make it so. So it's always.
That's what you get when you keep projecting a God with your mind.
Yeah. His account doesn't actually account for X. It just pushes the question back to another mind and doesn't account for X being understandable by mind. Yeah. Yeah, it's a really bad. Yeah, I agree, Nicola. It's bad.
Act like the Christian worldview is true. Yet again, the scientific method destroys atheism and perfectly supports biblical Christianity.
It
Let's go on to step
confirms.
It
destroys Christianity.
but it would also, but by that logic, it would affirm Judaism. It would affirm Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
Now he can't fault. Now we have to falsify one of those and many others possibly.
Yeah.
In step number 9, we are drawing conclusions about the world based on our limited sample size. What we're doing is we're saying if someone were to repeat this experiment in the future or in a different location, they would get the same result that we just got by running this experiment. What that assumes is uniformity in nature. Uniformity in nature says that the future will be like the past and that
All right.
unobserved.
All right, I can't do any more of this. That's enough.
Don't blame
I've
you.
done it too long. I've done too much of it.
Already, Jay.
Ugh.
Yep, I do not blame you.
Ugh.
Oh,
Ugh.
Serb's here. The entire family's here. Or whatever. There's people here.
I feel so.
No, Serb's here, and now Jay's just gonna kill it.
Yep.
How would that feel for Serb to just join and then figure out that the show has ended?
Happens a lot. Happens a lot.
I'm sure he joined just to watch this video.
Long time no see, Serb. How
Long
have you
time
been
no
doing?
see. Oh, not too bad. Just being smart, making money.
Always a good thing.
Very humble, isn't he?
Yeah. Apart from the making money part, that's me to a T.
I came in because I opened up the stream like an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago, and they got sidetracked. And when I hit play to see what happened, I heard this. I'm assuming Christians say God's mind is the most powerful mind in existence. I
mean,
didn't
it's
think
so
he had
much-
to
so much-
adopt my worldview to say that.
It's so much worse than that.
You understand when he says that, he's saying God is not the maximally great being.
Yeah, we need Bob. Where's Bob?
Yeah. He hasn't been too consistent through the entire thing.
Okay,
But
so
he's good as gaslighting.
all right,
That's
so
what he's good at.
let's see what ChatGPT. I asked it to do just a quick conclusion for the entirety of what he was presenting. The video's argument that science obliterates atheism is built on numerous logical fallacies, including straw man arguments, false dilemmas, false cause fallacies, appeals to ignorance, and reification errors. The core flaw is the repeated misrepresentation of atheism, falsely claiming that non-believers cannot justify logic, induction, morality, mathematics, sensory perception, or communication, all while assuming that Christianity is the only viable alternative. Additionally, the argument mistakenly reifies abstract concepts, treating logic, induction, mathematics, and meaning as if they are concrete entities requiring a divine cause, when in reality they are descriptive frameworks developed through human reasoning and observation. Furthermore, the claim that Christianity is reasonable for science is historically and logically flawed. While many Christian scientists contributed to science, the scientific method is independent of theological belief and has thrived in both secular and non-Christian societies. The argument cherry-picks examples of Christian contributions while ignoring cases where religious institutions suppress scientific progress. For example, opposition to heliocentrism and evolutionary theory. Ultimately, the idea does not demonstrate that atheism undermines science, nor does it provide a valid reason to believe Christianity is necessary for scientific progress. Instead, it relies on circular reasoning, misrepresentations, and theological presuppositions to make its case. The atheists, like theists, can and do engage in scientific inquiry without contradiction, and science itself remains a method grounded in empirical observation rather than religious doctrine. Could have just done that from the beginning.
Yeah. Saved yourself 4 hours.
Yeah. There. Now I've had enough of O-face there.
Well, apparently not, because it's still on screen.
Yeah, I don't like his office, to be honest.
That looks like he's about to reverse poop something. From South Park. All right, Hold on a
I
second.
still think you need this as your thumbnail.
Nah,
I
I'm
mean,
fine.
Yeah, no.
I
That is,
gotta step away. You guys have fun.
Yep, we're still here. Wildheart, so how you been? How you doing today? Huh? Come on, what's you doing?
Yeah, I'm going, yeah. I saw you before on Hills.
Yes, but you left for a few hours. That's why I'm wondering how you are.
Yeah, everything's good. How you doing, Midnight?
I'm doing peachy, actually. I'm very well. I'm happy. I'm just doing so well that I'm well.
That's logically sounding valid. Yeah.
Yes.
A bit
Logic.
of psychology, but
By the way, what's up with the yellow thing behind you?
oh, that's a spirit level. I used to be a plasterer, so it's just
Yeah.
I hung my course on it, right?
That is pretty goddamn big.
he has that there just he has that there just in case a flat earther joins one of his
Yeah.
streams.
Yeah, right.
It's level.
Move them on.
God damn, those people are just fucking stupid as hell. Flat
I'm
Earth. Like, okay, yeah,
I'm really
I get
happy someone else has tools in their background. I've been criticized. I spent $2,000 on new tools in the
Jesus
last few
Christ.
months. I have this thing. If I buy one thing new, then I might as well buy everything new, right?
Yeah, right. Indulge or treat yourself
Yeah.
to new stuff.
I want to go and create some stuff in real life again after just creating artwork that is.
That doesn't
on a
really make
computer.
sense. I'm not really arguing, but that means if you buy one new like pan, then you need to refit your whole kitchen.
No, if you don't buy just one pan, you just buy a complete set, so you have everything in one set, right? So if you buy a new drill, then you're gonna find out that you need more than just one drill to begin with, because you need a drill for light work, you need a drill for heavy work, you need a drill for concrete, so that's already 3 drills.
Yeah, that's a lot of drills.
And then you want to screw something in, so you need an impact screwdriver, and then you want a bigger impact screwdriver, and
I do like a good screw.
yeah, me too.
Yep.
And then you need saws, and you need routers. I mean, can't do without just buying everything. Just doesn't work.
Yeah.
But there's something to be said to get an impact driver that can literally tighten up or loosen
nuts,
rusted nuts on on truck wheels that have been sitting in a field for 50 years.
I don't like my nuts being tight. I need a good screw to go.
Mm-hmm. You need tight nuts in case you get a chance to screw. And we're still live? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what Jay gets when he just runs away from his own stream. You get conversations like this.
Yep.
No, I don't feel sorry for Jay. I'm just saying.
That's a bit unempathetic. Empathetic. Is that right?
What?
Empathetic. You know empathy?
Yeah.
Unempathetic. Is that right?
Yeah, that's me too.
Yeah.
At least when it comes to Jay. I'm unempathetic. Because someone has to be, right? I mean,
not necessarily. I said that's logically necessary.
So, how's it going between you and Jill? I think you got a little under his skin, right?
Me?
Yeah.
I hope so.
He's making more videos about you than anyone else.
Oh, has he made videos about it?
Yeah. He made a video about me too, and he made the mistake to tag me in, so he got some fresh new gay porn. I told him every single time he emails me that I would send him gay porn in return. And now I got 2 emails. So clearly he's running out of material.
If he's doing videos about me, he's definitely running out of material.
I watched part of one, and he's just misrepresenting what you said and then take it from there.
Yeah.
Jill, misrepresenting something? Say it as it's so.
Yeah. Hard to believe, right? Very hard to believe.
And he said he'd ban me from his channel. Like, that was a bad thing. I never watch his channel. You know what I mean?
He needs to work on his threats, right?
Yeah.
Did he ban you from his channel?
I don't know whether he has done, but he said he would do.
What did you do to get that to happen? Because I've been trying to do that for years now.
You want some tips? I did put him backstage like 70, 80 times and kicked him 8 times in one stream.
Basically what he does.
Yeah.
That's basically what he does if you go on his channel.
That's true, yeah.
So how's that a bad thing?
Yeah. Yeah. It's two-way street, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why I'm not going on his channel anymore. I'd be happy to talk to him, but not if he has the power to put you backstage, because then it's just a waste of time.
I'm actually never happy to talk to him, to be fair.
So wait.
I'm not happy.
And I've seen you talk to him a lot. So what's going on there?
I mean, I will talk to him, but I'm never happy when I do.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that.
Who are you talking about? Jill?
Jill.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and take this off stream. We can hang out off air for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a quick reminder, Jay. Go watch what happened when you were away.
Oh no, what happened?
I'm not saying anything.
Okay. All right, folks.
I blame Wildheart for going there.
I was just talking about tight nuts, and you need a good screw to fix tight nuts.
We were talking about tools and stuff.
Oh, gotcha. Double entendres, huh? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for joining, everybody. See ya.
Bye.